Good Sunday morning. We are live here at Gainesville Raceway for the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. This is the final race of the regular season before we head into our NHRA Division II finals that will take place in October.
Well, we got a quick moment. We have Jeans, Glass, Pro Eliminator in lanes 3 and 4, Overflow 5 and 6. I need Out of Speed Machine, Super Pro Bike to lane 7. Out of Speed Machine, Super Pro Bike to lane 7.
So we're fixing to get underway with the first round of Pro Eliminator. The new entries have already made their time runs. Of course, we always want to thank our sponsors that make this happen. Redline Oil and Scorpion Racing Products. Before we get things started, we're going to run a couple of commercials. So we'll be right back after these messages, and hopefully we'll be hot on the track.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline Oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline Oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
All right, we are ready up here in the tower. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you again for this day. Thank you, Lord, for us getting the event in yesterday with a little bit of threatening weather around. Thank you, Lord, for holding that off. Thank you, Lord, for the safety you gave each and every one of us. Lord, it's going to be another hot day today. I pray, Lord, for the staff and crew here working hard out in this heat, this relentless heat, Lord. They're working tirelessly for us. Thank you, Lord, for them. Please, Lord, bless them for their efforts. Lord, I can pray for continued safety here today, Lord, and I ask that you release your Holy Spirit in this place, Lord. Let it walk through each and every pit, each and every stage lane, each and every stand, every seat in the stand, Lord. I just ask that you speak to us as needed. Lord, I just give you the honor, praise, and glory for all things you're going to do today. Thank you, Lord, for Jesus Christ dying for us on the cross. For us in his name we pray. Amen. Remain standing for the national anthem, please.
lanes 3 and 4, load up. Drivers, lanes 3 and 4, load up. While it's still quiet. Need Alan's speed machine, Super Pro bike to lane 7. Alan's speed machine, Super Pro bike to lane 7. Alan's machine, Super Pro bike to lane 7. Gene's class Pro Eliminator, you should be in the lanes at this time, getting ready to run first round. Pro Eliminator, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. First pair out in Gene's Glass Pro category. Corky over in the strange engineering lane. $7 flat. Brandon Williams over here in the Lucas Oil lane. $7.50. Corky starts the day out with a 003 red line, giving the win to Brandon Williams. Brandon will go on to the next round. Going at it early this morning. Lee's going to take the win. Runs a 640 on a 640. Good luck. Okay, after the bye. Just keep going for the second round. Seth Bevins dialed in a 611 up against Christopher Duffy, down 656. One driver was really good. The other one was really good. Based on the time pick, Seth takes the win. Runs a 615 on a 611. They go to the next round. Christopher breaks out trying to hold him off. 654 and a 656. Maverick Volunteer over here in the strange lane. Now 658. Black Mustang had some issues yesterday, but looks like they got it fixed. We're in the Lucas Oil lane. Wake up the Mustang. 665 on a 663. Maverick can't quite run the number, runs a 661 on a 658. Michael and Travis going at it again. I think they went a couple rounds on against one another last night. Michael lights it away with a 037, giving Travis the automatic win. Travis runs down the runs a 595 on a 591. Mike runs a 753 on a 760. John Dwayne coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, $603. Strange Lane dialed in at 755. John's going to have to give him a little bit of a head start. It's an automatic win after the Austin Monroe will give him a red light. John runs a 605 on a 603. He will be going around two. Kenny Bevins out of Tallahassee, Florida, dial 638 in the Lucas Oil Lane. Keith Collins, dial 585. Gonna be a close race at the top end, just about even on the tree. Keith takes the win, runs at 585 on a 585. Kenny runs 638 on a 638. All right, listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits. The Flying Brian Trader Super Pro. Flying Brian Trader Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro 1 and 2, please. Just a quick note, after yesterday's race, all the points that was tallied up is down at the bottom floor of the tower. You need to go check out the points, your points, make sure everything's correct. If you have a discrepancy, you need to take care of it today as soon as possible. So yesterday's point is put up down on the bottom floor of the tower. You need to go check it out, make sure everything's where it needs to be. Jimmy Hodges, Strange Engineering Lane up against Austin Lowe. Austin breaks out, giving Jimmy Hodges the win. Austin runs a 606 with a 9 on a 608. Jimmy runs an 18 on an 18 for the win. All right. In case you need fuel, fuel's going to be open for about another 15 minutes. We got a lot of things going on today, so need to check your fuel jug. Make sure you have plenty of fuel. Fuel's going to close in about 15 minutes. Paul Allen, red lights his chances away. Giving Brendan George the automatic win. Brendan runs a 613 on a 618. Paul runs a 698 on a 702. So once again, check your fuel jugs. If you anticipate needing some fuel today, because you're planning on going to the final round in way, need to get on down there and get you some fuel. Fuel's going to be over for about another 15 minutes. D out of St. John's, Florida. Dial 664 in the 69 Camaro. Mike French out of Ocala, Florida. Dial 618. One's late, one's on time. Mike French going to take the win. 626 on a 618. He was a little bit tardy on the start line. Runs a 668 on a 664. Once again, drivers and riders, if you think you're gonna need fuel, need to mosey on down to the fuel store to get you some fuel today. I'll be closing in about 15 minutes. James Turner, now with an excellent line. Chris French breaks out, trying to chase him down. James is going to the next round, runs a 7:13 on a 7:08. Mike Gaffney, down in the 7:50. Strange engineering lane down to 7:26. Looks like Mike's going to take the win. Had a pretty decent line. Runs a 7:67 on a 7:50. Right hand lane runs a 7:96 on a 7:26. Missed the dial in just a little bit. Jacob Wable out of Sebring, Florida. Over here in the little old Harvard Capri. Dial 766. Peyton Shook. Dial 688. Pretty close on the lights. Go down through there. Peyton takes the win. Runs a 694 on a 688. Jacob can't quite get it done. Runs a 769 on a 766. Going to have to come to the buyback one if he wants to compete in the second round. Rob out of Northport, Florida, down to 646. Tony down to 612 out of Memphis, Florida. Tony takes the win. Runs a 613 with a 0 on a 612 for the win. Rob breaks out trying to catch him. 644 on a 646. Rob was a little bit tardy on the start line, so had to try to make it up. Couldn't quite pull it off. Scott DeLong. Dial 750 over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Mickey Pierce. Dial 757. Scott DeLong taking the win, runs a 751 on a 750 for the win. Mickey breaks out, trying to hold him off. Runs a 753 on a 757. George Emanuel, dial to 779. Russell Morris, dial to 703. Pretty close on the reaction times with one another. Win going to Russell Morris, runs a 704 on a 703. George breaks out, runs a 778 with a 2 on a 779. Mark Neal out of Palatka, Florida, dial to 645 in the little Pro Stock Chevy truck. S10 truck, the strange engineering lane, dial at 814. Mark's going to have to give him a couple seconds head start. Close race at the top. Lynn's going to go to the strength engineering lane. Mark breaks out, runs a 644 on a 645. Right lane. Runs at 816 on an 814 for the win. Once again, need Allen Speed Machine Super Pro bike to lane 7. Getting pretty close to running you guys. So if you're in the Super Pro bike class, you need to be in lane 7. Flying Brian Trader Super Pro car, you should be in lane 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trader Super Pro class needs to be in lane 1 and 2 at this time. Phil Green dialed in a 616 in the Lucas Oil lane. Clint Wilson dialed an 822 in the Strange Engineer lane. Look at 56 Chevrolet. All right. This is going to be a pretty decent race for Phil to win. Phil runs a 638 on a 616. Clint was evidently distracted. The light started out with a 4, so that's generally not good. Andy Lindsay out of Alachua, Florida, dial 684. Tony out of Fort White, Florida, dial 695. Go down through there. Double breakout. Andy takes the win. Andy breaks out a little bit left, runs a 683 with an 9 on the 684. Tony runs a 690 on the 695. And he'll be back for second round. Lee Hauser out of Monterey, Florida, old time Taft Raceway racer. Breaks out. Giving the win to Dawson Vance. Dawson runs a 719 on the 717. Lee runs a 732 with a 7 on the 734. Ernie Renfro out of Middleburg, Florida. Ernie dialed in at 676, another old time Jack's Raceway racer. Up against Steve Welsh. Steve dialed in a 688. Going down through there. Go to Ernie Renfro. Steve breaks out. Steve runs a 683 on a 688. Ernie 680 on a 676. Super Pro cars, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Overflow to 3 and 4. Overflow to 3 and 4 for Super Pro cars. I can speak right here shortly if I try. Super Pro bikes, you should be getting ready. Super Pro bikes, you should be getting ready. Just about to the end of the first round of Pro. So Super Pro bikes, you will be after the Pro category. Jimmy Bevins, dial 611. Runs a 612 for the win. Richard Lindsay, dial 648. Couldn't quite run the number, runs a 652. He'll have to buy back if he wants to keep playing. They get dialed in at 765 gets the win after Gary Thompson red lights it away. 765 runs to 765. She'll be back for second round. Gary Thompson dialed a 7 flat, went a 759. But he ran a little away right here on the start line, so that was the end of the race for him. Being told we got a little bit of debris on the track. So we're gonna be down for a few seconds. Stay right there close to your cars because we will be right back underway directly. All right, looks like we're getting the all clear sign for the top end. Be back to racing action here within a few seconds. Brandon Williams over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, dialed in a 717. David Zink over in the Strange Engineering Lane, dialed a 701. Characteristic reaction time for the left-hand lane. Takes the win, runs a 708 on a 701. Something must have really distracted Brandon. Was when a 718 on a 717. I'm sure he'll get it taken care of for the next round. White Volunteer over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. He just had his 48th birthday a couple days ago. Just got out of the junior tractions. This is the first year he's in the big cars. So nice to have him in the big cars. Jason, $587. Jason goes down through there, takes the win. Jason runs a 591 on a 587. Wyatt, old age is getting to him already. Truck runs a number, 605 on a 605. Old man like that, hard to see the tree. The point standard is posted on the front glass of the tower. So if you want to come up and check your points out, make sure everything's squared away. They're posted on the bottom floor of the tower right here on the outside. Walk up and take a look, make sure everything's where it needs to be. Travis Logan, over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, dial 604. Tom Courtney, Strange Engineer, dial 734. Super Pro Bikes, you're going to be next. Super Pro Bikes, you're going to be next. Let's see the guys loaded up. go here shortly. All right, let's go to Tom Gordon. Tom runs a 740 on a 734. Travis, 609 on a 604. Couldn't quite run the number. All right, going into first round of Island Speed Machine Super Pro Bike. This is the first round, so we will be up and running, going here shortly. Flying Bride Super Pro Cars, you should be getting ready. Lanes 1 and 2, you should be getting ready. You will be out right after Super Pro Bike. Palm Coast, Florida, now to 571. Come on, out of business, Florida. Comes up and races with us, now to 566. He realizes the way, giving the automatic way. Candy runs it out the back door, runs a 561 on a 566. She's getting ready for second round. And he's going to have to buy back, runs a 570 on a 571. All right, Super Pro cars, lanes 1 and 2, load up. Super Pro cars, lanes 1 and 2, load up. All right, it's the automatic win. Jeremy red lights in the way. Wayne runs down through there, runs a 570 on a 565. Jeremy was down on 526, runs a 531. Again, the point standings are posted on the bottom floor of the tower on the outside. So if you want to walk up, look on the windows, make sure your points is correct. Get ready to go to division finals, so make sure everything's correct. If you have an issue, you need to take care of it as soon as possible. Roy Johnson down on 705, second down to 558. Roy races out, runs a 704 on a 705, giving Samuel the win. Samuel runs a 559 on a 558. Last pair of Super Pro bikes going down. Kevin Campbell down at 530. Kevin cut the tree down with a 006, but can't pull the win off. Can't quite run a number, runs a 542 on a 530. Giving Larry the win. Larry down with 693, runs a 689 for the win. All right, first round of Flatline Trailer Super Pros pulling in the water box now. So, lane 1 and 2, you should be loaded up and ready to go. We're rolling you out. Rob Nelson out of Jacksonville, Florida, down to 530 in rear engine traction. Troy out of Ocala, Florida, down to 699 and the Chevy S10 steps out picking up truck. Troy, everybody get away, give me a win to Bob. Bob goes through there, runs a 5:31 on a 5:30. Troy runs a 6:99 on a 6:99, but they owe 25 negative, costing the round. Over a strange engineering lane down to 498. Roy, I believe, over in the Lucas Oil lane. Down 642, runs a 643 for the win. Roy cut the tree down with a 008 line. AJ Kevin out of Jacksonville, Florida, down to 479 rear engine traction. Just a little Chevy, I believe it's a close on reaction time. AJ taking away, runs a 481 on a 479. Right, breaks out, runs a 558 on a 559. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Flying Brian, Junior Street. Flying Brian Trailer, Junior Street. Need you lanes 5 and 6 for your first round of eliminations. Flying Brian Trailer, Junior Street. Need you lanes 5 and 6 for your first round of eliminations. Steve Schoonmaker out of Jacksonville, Florida, down to 477. Paul out of Palm Harbor, Florida, down to 549. Go down through there. Steve picks up the win. Paul breaks out. Steve runs a 478 on a 477. Paul runs just a little bit quick, runs a 548 with a 3 on a 549. All right, along with my Flying Brian Trailers Junior Street to 5 and 6. I need Allen Speed and Machine Pro Bike to lane 7. Speed Machine Pro Bike to lane 7. Maverick Volunteer out of the Florida, down to 460. Mr. Hicks down to 513. Runs a 461 on a 460. Mr. Hicks runs a 513 on a 513. But the 042 light just did quite help. Looks like we're going to have a competition single here. Okay, drivers, once again, need Flying Brian Trailers, Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, need you lanes 5 and 6. Also, I need Allen Speed and Machines Pro Bike to lane 7. Allen Speed and Machines Pro Bike to lane 7. All right, goes down through there. Triple O light, can't pull the wind off. Runs a 7 flat on a 699. Dave takes the win, runs a 473 on a 473. He had a 006 light, so it was going to be close in either way. Pretty decent racing. 006 light and left second. So competition's fierce today on the start line. As always, generally here. Carlos out of Puerto Rico. Done a little bit of driving to come up here to Gainesville to do some racing with us. $594. Mark Daniels out of Jack's, Florida. $501. Way off on his reaction time. Mark taking the win, runs a 502 on a 501. Carlos $594, runs a 592. Chuck Trotter out of Clinic, Florida. Down in a 469. Flying Brian Jones out of Orange Park, Florida. Down to 453. Sponsor of our class. Appreciate him and everything that he does for the Super Pro category and the Junior Street. He was a long-time racer out at Jack's Raceway as well. Started racing out there when he was just barely old enough to drive. On a double breakout, Brian takes the win, runs a 452 on a 453. Chuck breaks out a little bit more, runs a 468 on a 469. So Chuck wants to keep playing. He'll have to come to the buyback. Ron Schaefer, out of St. Augustine, Florida. Nice to see Ron back. Pretty good line. Ron takes a win. Now 775, runs a 777 in the Mustang. Ron, a long-time Ford man, still campaigning them. Luke Galley out of Fort White, Florida. And a good looking Corvette, $568. $519. A little bit late on the start line. Breaks out trying to catch you. Luke going for the win, runs a 568 on a 568, down on the 0. So pretty good pass for Luke. Robert Sherwood, 605. Robert getting away. Mr. Buddy Goolsby recognizes his chances away. Buddy runs a 670 on a 673. Runs it out the back door. Robert with a 602 on the free pass. Down to 605. So he gets a free time run. Jason Graham out of Jackson, Florida. Good looking little shoebox Chevy too. Down to 576. Michael down to 472 in the rear engine direction. Give Jason a second to 2 head start. Jason's going to have to hustle up and get the win. Double ring. Win going to the Lucas Oil lane. Michael runs a 471 with an O on a 472. Jason breaks out a little bit more, runs a 573 on a 576. So Michael will go to the next round. Jason's going to have to come up and buy back if he wants to keep playing. Austin Logan out of Fort Charlotte, Florida. Dial 603. Darwin Garcia, dial 592. Right, Darwin red lighting his chances away, giving the automatic win to Austin. Austin runs a 6 flat on a 603, gets a free time run. Darwin runs a 589 on a 592. So red light gives both drivers a chance at a free pass to see what they can do for second round. Keith Collins out of Keystone Heights, Florida, down to 560, up against Gary Vasquez out of Latchville, Florida. Gary down to 472. My driver was way late, and he breaks out trying to catch Gary. Gary gets the win with Keith breaking out. Gary runs a 472 on a 472. Keith runs a 558 on a 560. John DeWayne coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. John Dallas 605. I've got the small block Chevrolet motor in the Camaro. All right, John, taking his time, getting the pre-stage, want to make sure everything's right. All right, both drivers in. Trent Horton down to 478 on the count floor. All right, both cars off and running, just about dead even on the start line. Wayne's gonna go to John DeWayne. John runs a 606 on a 605. Trent breaks out, runs a 477 with a 4 on a 478. Giving John the win. Be back second round. Ken Grant out of Georgia. Down to 453 up against Derek Bassett out of Gainesville, Florida. Derek down to 523. Grant down to 453. They just about met even on the start line. Double breakout when it goes to Ken Grant. Ken runs a 451 with an 8 on a 453. Derek goes out, runs a 521 with an 8 on a 523. Michael out of Ocala, Florida, down to 504. Brendan George down to 480. Brendan a little bit better on the tree, but can't pull the weight off. Michael runs a 505 on a 504. Brendan can't seem to run a number, runs a 485 on a 480. Brendan has a better tree, could pull the weight off. Looks like Joe Bingston over here in the strange engineer lane, down to 708. Up against Mike Manette over here from the Green Cove Spring, down to 679. Me and Mike was having fun with his last name last night. So, anyway, pretty close on the reaction time. Win goes to Mike. Mike runs a 680 on a 679. Joe breaks out by 1 in 1,000. Runs a 707 with a 9 on a 708. Jim out of Trenton, Florida, and a little Chevy 2, down to 6'9". Zach Collins out of Citrus Springs, Florida, down to 463. Jim a little bit better on the line. Chase the win. Jim runs a 694 on a 69. Zach breaks out by 2 thousandths. 462 with an 8 on a 463. Giving Jim the win and a little Chevy 2. So he'll be back for second round. All right, Looks like Darrell got tired of watching his car go down the track yesterday with another driver in it. Kicked the driver out. He said, I'm driving today. Darrell. Out in Yulee, Florida, down to 590, running Danielle Lobby. Out of Venice, Florida, down to 483. Darrell should have left the other driver in there. Darrell red lights. Give him the automatic win to Danielle Lobby. Danielle runs a 482 with a 1 on a 483. Darrell runs a 589 with a 6 on a 590. TJ out of Brunswick, Georgia. The Barnes and Barnes Chevy Nova. Dallas 668. Strange engineer, little Chevy F10. Dallas 718. Tree comes on. Can't pull the weight off. Runs a 724 on a 718. Can't quite run the number. TJ runs dead on a 668 with a 2 on a 668 for the win. Florida, down to 516, up against Barry, Georgia. A little bit tardy on the line, but she gets the win. Barry breaks out, runs a 594 with a 9. Oh, breaks out by 1,000, giving 80 the win. 80 runs dead on with a 7. Grayson Wright out of Middleburg, Florida. Down to 5 flat, up against Sherby Powell. Sherby out of Green Cove Springs. Sherby down to 670. Grayson down to 5 flat. Sherby was 2 days late. And he breaks out trying to hold on, gives the win to Grayson. Grayson runs dead on with a 9. Sherby breaks out by 7 thousandths. Trying to pull the win off, but breaks out to do it. Stephen Young out of St. Augustine, Florida, $722. Jerry Gilder out of Yulee, Florida, $546. Both drivers were a little bit late, but Jerry was way late. Giving the win to Stephen Young. Stephen runs a 724 on a 722. Jerry just gives it up. Coast on down, runs a 628 on a 546. right, John Rollins, $601. 769. Rollins takes the win. Rollins runs a 602 on a 601. Looks like Jacob broke out trying to hold him off, runs a 765 on a 769. Kurt Carlson, $542 out of St. Augustine, Florida. Scott Brown, out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, $503. Kurt red lights it away, giving the automatic win to Scott. Scott runs a 503 on a 503 for the win. He'll be back second round. Kurt runs flat on a 542, so something definitely picked up there. Travis Logan, $598. Up against James Kelly Higgs out of Elkton, Florida. Mr. Higgs, $457. All right, both drivers taking their time station. Travis finally goes in. Both drivers off and running. One's a little bit late, one's on time. All right, win goes to Mr. Hicks. James runs a 458 on a 457. Travis goes out, running it down, runs a 598 on a 598. Mr. Hicks was a little bit better on the tree, so he'll be back for second round. Kurt Banks out of Hastings, Florida, $520. Tony out of Mims, Florida, $612. And the little S10 truck. Tree comes down, both drivers is off green. Pretty much standing on the starting line. Tony breaks out, runs a 607 with a 9 on a 612, giving Kurt the win. Kurt runs a 521 on a 520. Roy, Venice, Florida. Roy's on 4 wheels this time instead of 2. Up against Jeffrey Thomas. Jeffrey Thomas out of Lady Lake, Florida, I believe it is. $734. Jeffrey red lights it away, giving the win to Roy. Roy runs it down through there for a free time run, runs a 640 on a 643, so he'll be back for second round. Jeffrey runs a 732 on a 734. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Need Alan Speed and Machine Sportsman. Alan Speed and Machine Sportsman category. Lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, the lanes 1 and 2, please, at this time. My mistake. I need Sportsman in lanes 3 and 4, please. Sportsman to 3 and 4. My apologies for the mess up. Sportsman, need you lanes 3 and 4. Glenda, taking the win on that round, runs a 5:58 on a 5:58. Both of them was equal on the starting line. Mr. Hicks couldn't pull it off, but runs a 4:76 on a 4:74. All right, let me try this again. Out of speed and machine Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4, please. Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4. All right, I need Flying Brian Traders Junior Dragsters to the back of the lanes. Need all 3 categories. Flying Brian Traders Junior Dragsters to the back of the lanes for a chip draw, please. You're in the Junior Dragster category. Need you to the back of the lanes for a chip draw. All right, the Mustang taking the wheel runs a 590 on a 589. Looks all lane. Breaks out, runs a 621 on a 627. I need my Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4, please. Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4. But Springs, Florida, 669. Volunteer out of DeLand, Florida. That one 462. Wide breaks out, runs a 461 on a 462. Giving away to Buddy Goodley. Buddy runs 669 on a 669. Well, we're just about dead even on the start line. Buddy pulls the win out. Flying Brian Traders Junior Dragster. The drivers or crew chiefs back to the back of the stage lanes for a chip draw, please. Junior Dragsters need you to the back of the lanes for a chip draw. Ryan Jones out of Orangeburg, Florida, $4.53, taking the win. Runs it down with a 2-4 win. He'll be back next round. Davis out of St. Augustine, Florida, was $4.92. Runs a 4.91 with a 4. Zach Collins out of Citrus Springs, Florida, $4.61. Ross Shaver out of St. Augustine, Florida, $7.76. Ron Red likes it away with an O10 line. And he breaks down, runs a 7.75 on a 7.76, giving Zach the win. Zach runs it down through there on a free pass, runs a 4.65 on a 4.61. All right, 5 run coming up for the Super Pro category. So we will be going to Junior Street next. While it's very quiet, the Island Speed Machine Sportsman, the lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. We are pulling Junior Street into the lanes now. So Junior Street, you should be in the lanes loaded up, pulling out, getting ready to go. Hunter Dowling out of Gainesville, Florida, $10.95. Up against Molly Banks. She's out of Palmetto, Florida, $10.20. Tree comes down. Looks like we got 2 green lights. Pretty close on the reaction time. It's going to be done at the top end. All right. Hunter takes the win. Runs 11.10 on a 10.95. Molly goes out, can't quite run the number, runs a 10.41 on a 10.20. Caden Holiday out of Edinburgh, Florida. I believe that's how you say it. Down to 11.20. Ford Explorer over the Strange Engineering Lane, down to 11.10. All right, Caden getting the automatic win. Right lane, red line in the way. Caden runs it down to 11.20, runs 11 flat on 11.29. Right hand lane runs 11.05 on 11.10. All right, looks like the last pair of the Flying Brian Junior Street category. We will be going to the Island Speed Machine Pro Bike next. Chelsea Dwayne coming up in the Strange Engineer Lane, $9.55. Brianna Browning out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, $11.33. Both drivers green light, pretty close on the dial. All right. Looks like Brianna is having a little bit of trouble. Chelsea goes down through there, runs at 9.73 on 9.55. Brianna can't quite run the number, runs a 13.72 on 11.33. Must have had some severe tire shake or run through the clutch. Maybe they can get it fixed for next round. All right, here we go with the Island Speed Machine Pro Bike category. Junior participants, you should have been at the back of the lanes drawing chips. Junior dragster participants, you should have been at the back of the lanes drawing chips for your first round of eliminations. Down 536, Jerry Davis. Down 531. All right, go down through there. Win goes to Jerry Davis. Jerry runs a 535 on a 531. Dwayne breaks out, runs a 533 on a 536. Larry Berger out of Jacksonville, Florida, $697. Roy Johnson out of Keystone Heights, Florida, $705. Roy with a little bit better life, but can't pull the win off. Can't run the number. Roy runs a 720 on a 705. Giving the win to Larry Berger. Larry runs a 698 on a 697. A little bit closer to the dial. Anthony out of Palm Coast, Florida, $570. Tom Oates out of Ocala, Florida, $699. Both drivers off on a green flag. Go down through that strange engineer lane, takes the win. Runs a 704 on a 699. Anthony breaks out, runs a 556 on a 570. All right, legal buy run for the Out of Speed Machine Pro Bike category. We will be running the Sportsman category next. So, Sportsman, you should be in the lanes loaded up and ready to go. Kevin Cadby out of Keystone Heights, Florida, $530. Kevin off with a 035 light. Runs down through there, runs a 525 on a 530. So, a little information for the second round. First pair coming out for the Out Speed Machine Sportsman category. Looks like it's going to be a heads-up race. Both drivers down at 750. She'll come down together. Scott DeLong out of Bellevue, Florida. 1980 Malibu, $750. Chris Courtney out of Gainesville, Florida, $750 in his 77 Pontiac. All right, don't know what exactly went on there. Looks like Scott having a little bit of trouble. Chris goes down through there, steps off the gas, make sure he doesn't break out. Scott gets it in here. He's on down the track. All right, Scott taking his time on the top end, holding these guys up. Looks like possibly getting ready to go down. Dawson back in the left-hand lane, $775. Dawson red lights it away. The negative 015. Giving John the win out of Gainesville, Florida. Super gas for your first qualifying time run, for your first qualifying pass today. Super gas into lanes 1 and 2 for your first qualifying pass today. Trent Horton out of Cottingham, Florida, $7.50 in the little S10 truck. Strange engineer lane, $7.62. Down through there, the wind's going to go to Trent. Trent takes the win, runs a 7.53 on a 7.50. Right hand lane goes out, runs a 7.64 on a 7.62. Peyton Dunaway out of Lake Wells, Florida, $9.68. Corvette, $7.99. Looks like reaction time is pretty close. Top in charge. Vet's going to take the win. Runs an 8.02 on a 7.99. Peyton runs a 9.77 on a 9.68. Dennis Harsh out of Gainesville, Florida, up against Marcus Cruz out of Clinton, Florida. Marcus driving a little scam Dodge, small block unit. Marcus $7.76. Dennis $8.11. Wind's going to go to Marcus Cruz. Marcus runs a 7.92 on a 7.76. Dennis can't quite run the number, runs an 8.16 on an 8.11. Jeff Perry red lights it away. He gives the round to David Smith. David in Orange Park. $7.50, runs a 7.27 on the free pass. Jeff runs a 7.73 on a 7.67. Mike Gaffney out of Wildwood, Florida, $7.50. Getting the automatic win, checking the red lights. Checking $7.80, runs it down through there anyway, runs an 8.41. Mr. Gaffney runs it out, runs a 7.57 on a 7.50. Gary Johnson out of Frostproof, Florida. Yes, it is. $9.28. Mike Martin out of Gainesville, Florida, $8.30. Win goes to Gary Johnson. Gary runs a 9.33 on a 9.28. Michael runs an 8.34 on an 8.30. Gary will be back for the next round. Caden Lewis out of Madison, Florida, dial 998. Mike Mitchell Goddard. All right. Our hero, dial 887. Mitchell gets the automatic win. Mitchell runs an 886 with a 1 on an 887. Caden runs a 986 on a 998. So Mitchell will be back for second round. Kevin Roberts out of St. Petersburg, Florida, 69 Camaro, Dallas 760. Dan Sanders in the pick 'em up truck, Dallas 967. Both drivers just about dead even on the starting line. Dan can't quite hold it off. He does. Breaks out, runs a little bit too quick. Runs a 966 on a 967, giving Kevin the win. Kevin runs a 762 on a 760. Jay Dickinson out of St. George, Georgia. 86 Chevy pickup, dialed 1145. Tony, dialed 814. Jay Red lights the way, giving the automatic win to Tony. They still run it down through there. Tony runs a 819 on an 814. Jay runs it out. Can't quite run the number. Runs 1162 on 1145. Next pair coming up. New model Camaro up against the old style Trans Am. Gonna be a heads up race. Both cars dial 750. Cole Samuel out of DeLon Springs, Florida. Up against Tom Courtney out of High Springs, Florida. Like I said, both cars dial 750. Pretty close on the reaction time. Top end. Top breaks out, runs a 743 on a 750. Giving the win to Cole. Cole runs a 751 on a 750. Flying Brian Junior Dragster, Flying Brian Traders Junior Dragster. You should be in the lanes, paired up, ready to go. Jacob Wable out of Avon Park, Florida. Dallas 766. Strength engineer, Dallas 750. All right. Jacob a little bit better on the line. Jacob's going to take the win. Runs a 768 on the 766. So he'll be back for second round. Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida, dollar 850. Tony out of Fort White, Florida, dollar 750. Right lane. A couple days late. Clint runs an 827 on an 815. Tony runs a 756 on a 750. Blake Scott out of Panetta, Florida. Dallas 750. Lucas Orlane, 924. Double red light, but the wind's going to go to Blake in the right lane. He red lit less. So he'll be back for second round. Runs a 748 on a 750. Monica Roberts, 95 Camaro, Dallas 793. Mickey Pierce, 82 Camaro, 6. Dallas 753. Mickey, whole lot better on the light. Takes the win. Runs a 754 on a 753. Monica goes out, runs a 796 on a 793. All right, legal buy run here. Bart. Bart in the 94 Corvette, dialed in 812. Bart getting him a free time run, runs down through there, runs an 808 on an 812. All right, Junior Dragster, you should be loaded, ready to go. Junior Dragster, you should be loaded, ready to go. Super Gats, you should be in 1 and 2. Super Gats, you should be in 1 and 2. That's quite. I'd like to wish happy birthday to Jackson Collin. I think he turned 38 today. So he's still in junior dragster. Him and White Volunteer. They oldest kids I know. But happy birthday. Appreciate you spending your birthday out here with us. Doing what we all love, drag racing. Lake Butler, Florida, $8.98. Wyatt James Hicks, out of St. Augustine, Florida, $9.15. Lights come down, just about dead even on the start line. Go down through there, it looks like on a double breakout, Wyatt Hicks is going to take the win, runs a 9.12 on a 9.15. Weston goes out, runs an 8.89 on an 8.98. So they have to do a little bit of relining for the second round. Skyler Carpenter out of St. Petersburg, Florida, $8.96. Another pup of Peyton Duck, $8.98. Attention independents. I need G's Class Pro Eliminator. G's Class Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4. G's Class Pro Eliminator. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Skyler taking the win, runs an 8.97 on an 8.96. Awesome reaction time, 0.11. Peyton ran lit it away with a negative 0.18. Runs an 8.82 on an 8.98. Once again, Jeans Class Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Jeans Class Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. Cotton Bobby over here that looks all right, like $8.94. Up against Scarlett Hicks out of St. Augustine, Florida. She's $9.20. Both drivers away on the green. It's like Skyler had just a little bit better reaction now, but breaks out. Gives the win to Kylie. Kylie runs a 9.05 on an 8.94. Scarlett runs a 9.17 on a 9.20. Just a little bit too quick.
I want to thank everyone watching on the Spot Motorsports Media here live at Gainesville Raceway for the last race of the season of the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. As we are getting ready for the month of October to go into our NHRA Division II bracket finals. So we'll be posting all kinds of stuff like that, flyers on our page as soon as we have them. But I want to tell you,
Johnny Moxley out of Keystone Heights, Florida, $8.93. Up against Blake Jones. Blake out with a little bit better reaction time. Blake gonna take the win. Blake runs an 8.97 on an 8.93. Johnny breaks out, runs an 8.91 on an 8.93.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone, especially track crew working out there in hot temperatures. It's very humid today, and so we really appreciate them. JT's doing a great job on the mic over there. Appreciate him coming out and announcing.
Once again, why is quiet? I need Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Looks like this is the buy run for this age group. Now an 8 now. Wesley Chapel, Florida. Now an 89. It's a reaction time. Goes down through there on a free run. Runs an 8.78 on an 8.90. A little bit quick there, guys. All right, here we go with the advanced kids 13 and up. They can run as fast as 7 in this class. Carson Murphy out of Palmetto, Florida. $7.96. Brooklyn Gardens out of Keystone Heights, Florida. $8.05. It's off and running. Pretty close on the reaction time. Willite's going to go to the straight engineer lane. Down at 8.05, she runs an 8.10. Carson runs an 8.09 on a 7.96. Can't quite run the number. My back on that man's had a lot better reaction now, no 14, but breaks out by 4 thousandths. Runs a 794 with a 6 on a 795. Give Sierra the win. Runs a 799 on a 790. Attention in pits, I need Jeans Class Pro Eliminator. Jeans Class Pro Eliminator. Lanes 3 and 4. Overflow is going to be in 5 and 6. If you're in the pro category, need you to come to the staging lanes now. Staging lanes are open for you. Marking down to 7. Knock it down a tree with a 002 light. Runs a 792 on a 790. Kate breaks out. Runs a 792 with a 6 on a 793. Nice run for Tanner Mocking. Super Gas, you should be loaded up. Super Gas, you should be loaded up for your one and only qualifying pass. Appreciate you guys coming out running with us this weekend. Nice to have you here. Aaron Kennedy out of Middleburg, Florida, dialed in 810. Matthew Peterson, dialed 79. He really lights it away. 14. It's going to give you a free pass. Runs down through there, runs an 815 on an 810. So our first and only qualifying path for our super gas category this today. Like I said, appreciate these guys coming out, putting on a show for us, running with us. Super gas on the 8 mile run in the 630 index. Everybody's dialed 630 on a 410 pro tree. So that's the target we're shooting for, 630. All right, that didn't look real good, but he held on to it. Didn't hit anything.
All right, look like we're going to now be down for here for a minute or so. So tell you what, we're going to listen to our sponsors that Make
All right,
everything.
looks like we're gonna be down for a few minutes.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Turned over, got a little bit of water on the start line, got it all dried up, ready to go. Once again, this is Super Gas's only qualifying shot for today. Index is 630. That's the target they're shooting for. Make sure I got G's Class Pro Eliminator in the lanes. G's Class Pro Eliminator. They need to be in lanes 3 and 4. Overflow 5 and 6. So if you're in the pro category, need to be in lanes 3 and 4 at this time for second round of eliminations. Joey, 67 Corvette. Mike runs a 629. Joey's getting her down in a little bit better. Runs a 633 with a 3 on a 630 index. Jackson, Georgia, with a 007 red. Little Dodge truck, 024. Both drivers ran a little bit quick, got them down or a little bit fast. The truck runs a 628. That runs a 629 with a 4. So, got a little bit to play with on the top end. '57 Chevrolet got the tree with an 010 line. Rolling a little bit quick on the tree. 012 red. Both drivers pretty close to the index. 57 runs a 632. Runs a 633. Bob Barnes and a little Olds a cheaper. This car has been everything from a comp eliminator car to a super gas car to a super street car to just a regular racing car. So it knows how to get down the racetrack. Bob out with an 020 light. Tim out with an 018. Bob runs a 621. Tim running a 629. All right, our last car for this round of qualifications in the super gas category. Craig Milton out of Savannah, Georgia. Decent line. Runs down through there, runs the 630 with a 5 on a 630. He's definitely got the. All right, drivers, we're going to be down in a few minutes, doing a little track break. Then we'll be going back into the pro category, jeans class pro category for the second round of elimination. So, you got a chance, get you something cold to drink, find you some shade, maybe get you a bite to eat. It looks like you need something to eat and drink. It's nice and quiet. You can get Apple Speed Machine Super Pro Bike to lane 7. While it's nice and quiet, you can get Alice Speed and Machine Super Pro Bike to lane 7.
Test 1, 2. All right, we're going to try to do a little something different and see if this actually helps out the audio. So please let me know if it gets a little better when the announcer starts speaking. Soon as the prep is done, we'll roll back into the pro category for second round.
And while it's still fairly quiet, you need out speed and machine Super Pro bike to lane 7. Super Pro bike to lane 7. We're rolling out the Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator for second round of eliminations. Jimmy Hawkins out of Middleburg, Florida. 618 up against Brandon Williams out of Bradenton, Florida. Brandon $7.15 in the transact. Both drivers off and running. One of them with a really good reaction time, the other a little bit late. Brandon takes the win, runs a 7:18 on a 7:15. Jimmy goes out, runs a 6:20 on a 6:18. Can't quite run the number. Corky out, back around again for the second time out of Glen St. Mary. Corky dialed in a 7:03. Bob Benzenberg out of North Port, Florida, dialed a 6:50 in the little Chevy S10 pickup truck. All right. Right lane cutting the tree down with a 003 light, takes the win on a double breakout. Corky runs a 7:01 on the 7:03. Bob goes out, runs a 6:48 on the 6:50. All right. Corky finally found the tree. John DeWayne coming up here in Lucas Oil. John out of Jacksonville, Florida. 6:05. Chevy S10 truck over there dial 819 in the strange engineering lane. Both drivers are waiting on the green. Pretty close on the reaction time. John DeWayne takes the win, runs a 6:10 on the 6:05. Little truck can't quite run the number, runs an 8:48 on the 8:19. Couple more cars going at it here on the starting line. Marcus Cruz, Dallas 773. Lee, Dallas 640. Marcus Cruz takes the win. Runs a 781 on a 773. Lee goes out, can't quite run a number, runs a 643 on the 640. Once again, while we're fairly quiet, I need Super Pro bike to lane 7. Super Pro bike to lane 7. Oh, 44 bike. With it. On red automatic win. Runs a 687 on a 685. He goes down to there, runs a 752 on a 752. That's going to hurt. All right, 663 line. Richard Lindsay down to 650. Bar's going to take the win. Runs a 665 on a 663. Richard runs a 651 on a 650. Bar with a little bit better reaction time. Richard just couldn't get there. Once again, I need Allen Speed Machine Super Pro Bike to lane 7. Allen Speed Machine Super Pro Bike to lane 7. Brendan George, Beverly Hills, Florida, down 615 in the Mustang. St. James and Dairy down 801. Brendan takes the win. Brendan runs a 616 on a 615. Bet breaks out. Runs an 8 flat on an 801. So getting out the back win. He's got it lights away up Keystone Heights. Mustang. Running the 663 on a 663. Volunteer out of the land, Florida, in the little truck. We'll get 7 minutes out of Albany, Georgia. Make away. Red lights it away with a negative 001 red. Runs a 653 on a 9 on a 654. Beckman's takes the win. Runs a 607 on a 611. Matt's out of Gainesville, Florida, dial 750. Against up 742. Both drivers just about dead even on the starting line. It's going to be run down at the finish line where it's going to happen. Okay, it takes a win, runs a 745 on a 742. She runs a 753 on a 750. Paul Allen out of Middleburg, Florida. Ford Maverick, small block Ford in power. Duffy down to 656. Christopher runs a 656 with a 9 on a 656. Paul can't quite run the number, runs a 702 on a 7 flat. Drivers, isn't it? The Flying Brian Trader Super Pro. Flying Brian Super Pro class, lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trader Super Pro. Pro 1 and 2. James Turner. 2 days late on the light. Gives the win to Russell Morris. Russell runs a 7:13 on a 7:02. Okay. Lee House down in Ponte Florida, down to 7:32. Long time Jack's Raceway racing. On a double red line. Way to go to Michael Love out of Waycross, Georgia. Michael had a little bit better red light than Lee. So Michael continues on. Once again, the Flying Brian Trader Super Pro. Flying Brian Trader Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Good Florida, red lights of the way. Giving the win to Steve Welsh. Welsh, down to 681, runs a 6.9, but he will be back for the next round. Jason Rollins and Kenny Bevins are going there. Jason cut the tree down with a 003 line. Running the 589 on a 588. Putting Bevins on the trailer. Bevins 625 on the 621. Jason will be back next round. Mark Neal out of Florida. Mark down in a 645 in the little truck. Tom Courtney, Trans Am, down to 736 out of High Springs, Florida. Both drivers away on the green. Just about to get even on the start. The win light's going to come on for Mark Neal. Mark Neal runs a 649 on a 645. Tom goes out. Can't quite run the number, runs a 741 on a 736. All right, Jacob Wade. Near lane, down to 766. Up against D. D out of St. John's, Florida, down to 666. Jacob's going to get a 1 second head start. Jacob, red lights it away. Oh, goodness. Negative 010 line. Runs a 765 on the 766. D runs it out. Can't quite run the number. Runs a 668 on the 666. that's what you call it. So Jeffrey goes out this round. Phil had a negative 0.26. Jeffrey had a negative 0.43. So anyway, Phil gets the win line of this round. George Manuel down to 779. David Smith down to 680. Go down through there. George is going to take the win. George runs a 793 on a 779. David breaks out trying to catch him. Runs a 679 on a 680. That 259 light. Had to have him run it out the back door. Broke him out. Dawson Bass out of Jacksonville, Florida, dialed in a 720 in the Mustang. Up against Tony out of Mims, Florida, in the Chevy S10. Dawson, a little bit late on the tree, and it's going to cost him. Giving Tony the win. Tony runs a 616 on a 612. Dawson runs a 721 on a 720. David Zinke out of Ponte Vedra, Florida, dialed 702 in Mopar. Chevy Wagon, Mike French, dialed 618 out of Ocala, Florida. Both drivers away on the green. Fairly close to one another on the start line. Goes down through there. David breaks out, runs a 7 flat on the 702, giving the win to Mike French. Mike runs a 620 on the 618. Leah, the Chevy van, down to 765. Andy in the Mustang, down to 684. Win line coming on for Leah in the van. Leah runs a 767 on a 765. Andy can't quite get there. Runs a 685 on a 684. Leah had a little bit better light. Clint Wilson in the 56 Chevrolet, down in 826. Gary Thompson, new model G-body car, down to 765. No, 7 flat, 7 flat, I'm sorry, 7 flat. Clint red light in the way, giving the automatic win to Gary. Gary goes down through there, runs a 703 on a 7 flat. Clint runs a 828 on a 826. Mike Gaffney picking up the win on a double breakout. Mike runs a 7 7:55 on the 7:56. Scott goes out, breaks out a little bit more, runs a 7:44 on a 7:50. All right, getting down to the end of the second round of pro. Allen Speed Machine Super Pro bike should be loaded up. Super Pro bike should be loaded up, getting ready to go. Flying Brian Super Pro category in the cars should be in lanes 1 and 2. Overflow 3 and 4. Once again, Flying Brian Super Pro car should be in lanes 1 and 2. Overflow 3 and 4. Kenny Bevins out of Albany, Georgia. Little Vega wagon, $607. Wyatt Palmetier, $657 in the little truck. Both drivers go down through there, going to give the win to Bevins. Bevins runs a 608 on a 607. Palmetier runs a 661. Can't run the number. Travis McFarland out of Keystone Heights, $593. Runs a 597. Doing a little shakedown pass. So he'll be back for the next round. All right, got Allen Speed Machine Super Pro bike coming out in the lanes in the water now. Appreciate all the sponsored money and everyone that sponsors all these classes for us here in Gainesville. Candy Hagedorn coming up in the Strange Engineering Lane out of Venice, Florida, $562. Larry Berger out of Jacksonville, Florida, $694. All right, both riders away on the green, pretty close on the starting line. Win's going to go to Candy. Candy runs a 566 on a 562. Larry breaks out, runs a 693 with a 9 on a 694. All right, drivers, listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits. Flying Brian Trailers Junior Street. Flying Brian Trailers Junior Street. Need you to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Dwayne Leachman picking up the win on this on a double breakout. Dwayne runs a 568 on a 570. Jeremy goes out, runs a 528 on a 531. Once again, I need Flying Brian Trailers, Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Flying Brian Trailers, Super Pro cars, you should be loaded up, ready to go. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, you should be loaded up, ready to go. Kevin Cadby, red lights and chances away. Giving a 5:46 on a 5:55. Kevin goes out, runs a 5:20 on a 5:28. Buddy red lit, so that give it away right off the bat.
All right, looks like we're going to be down for just a second here. Just to let you know, we found that little problem I think that we're having with the mics. We were trying to do the echo canceling, so we couldn't hear that much of the cars coming through the mic as he was trying to announce. So we took the echo canceling out. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of background noise, but you'll be able to hear the announcer clearly. Again, we thank everyone joining us today here at Gainesville Raceway for the live streaming of the last ET bracket race of the year. And we want to thank all the sponsors who have came on board to help out this year, which is Scorpion Racing Products, Allen Speed and Machine Shop, Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Jeans Glass, and if I missed someone, I'm sorry. We also want to thank our sponsors who helped us out on our podcast, which also includes Scorpion Racing Products and Red Line Oil. And I tell you, not only do we, be sponsored by these companies, but we also use their products. Tell you what, we're going to take a commercial break real quick before we go back hot on the track.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Yeah, I'll let you know real quick, next round's coming up because we won't be able to drop it in lower thirds. Will be junior street, junior dragsters, and sportsmen. And super pro motorcycles.
Roy Hagedorn out of Venice, Florida. Lucas Oil Lane down to 642. Paul out of Palm Harbor, Florida, down to 546. Drivers go down through there. Roy, dead on with a 6. Roy with a 032 light. Runs a 42 on a 42. Paul can't quite run the number. Runs a 549 on a 546. Brendan George, down to 482 in the Lucas Oil Lane. Flying Brian Jones out of Orange Park, Florida, class sponsor, down to 453. Both drivers away on the green. Pretty close together on the reaction time. Brendan breaks out, runs a 481 on a 482, giving the win to Flying Brian Jones. Brian runs a 454 on a 453 for the win. Sherby down to 669, taking the win. Randy Banger breaks out, runs a 496 on a 498, giving the win to Sherby. Sherby runs a 670 on the 669. Sherby will be back next round. Keith Collins out of Keystone Heights up against Dave. Fort McCoy. Dave red lights it away, giving the automatic win to Keith. Keith runs down through there, runs a 561 on a 558. Dave down to 474, runs a 475. So, but the red light tells the story. Derek Vasquez out of Gainesville, Florida, down to 521. Bob Nelson out of Jacksonville, Florida, down to 530. Both drivers away on the green. All right, win goes to Bob Nelson. Nelson runs a 532 on a 530. Vasquez goes out, runs a 522 on a 521. coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, dial to 479. Up against Bobby Trumbull. Trumbull dial to 535. Go down through there. Bobby takes a win and runs a 536 on a 535. AJ runs a 480 on a 479. Difference was in the lights. AJ was 2 days late. Bobby was on with a 003. Carlos out of Puerto Rico in the good-looking Chevy Camaro, running a little Chevy S10. S10 dialed in a 676 in the Lucas Oil Lane. Red lights it away, giving the automatic win to Carlos. Carlos dialed a 599, runs a 598 with an 8. He got it dialed in pretty close. Looks like Jim Barbera in the little Chevy 2 out of Trenton, Florida, dial of 692. Up against Glenn Newman out of Alachua, Florida, dial of 558. All right, Glenn getting a little sideways on the start line, but he takes the win. Runs a 560 and a 558. Steve Schoonmaker out of Jacksonville, Florida. Long-time racer out of Jack's Raceways many years ago. And he's graduated, coming on up here. But he cut his teeth out of Jack's Raceways. Dialed in a 478 up against Buddy Goolsby out of High Springs, Florida. Buddy dialed in a 669. Both drivers away on the green, pretty close on the reaction time. Going to be a top-end race. Schoonmaker takes the win. Runs a 478 on a 478. Buddy goes out, runs a 670 on a 669. Here, gives it away again. He dialed a 460, went a 462, couldn't quite pull it off. Maybe he needs to put his mom back in the dragster. She can show him how to drive. She's done it for years. She's an excellent driver. All right, Travis Logan out down with a 603. Automatic win after Joe Pinkston red lights it away. Travis runs down there, runs a 596 on a 603. Joe runs a 707 on a 706, but the red light tells the story. in the rear engine dragster, dial to 470. Little Mustang out of Eustis, Florida, dial to 592. Both drivers taking their time station. Away on the green. One's 2 days late, the other one's on time. Dragster takes the win, runs a 473 on a 470. Little Mustang goes out, even though he ran dead on, won a 592 on a 592. But the 055 light cost him the race. All right, listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits. Allen Speed Machine Pro Bike. Allen Speed and Machine Pro Bike, lane 7. Pro Bike, lane 7. Flying Brian Trader's Junior Street, you should already be in the lanes. Flying Brian's Junior Street, you should already be in the lanes, getting ready to go. I need Pro Bike to lane 7. Pro Bike to lane 7. Chad Kennedy going to take the win there. Runs a 644 on a 644 with a 001 light. Jerry Gilbert out of Yulee, Florida, dial to 546 in the Trans Am. All right, both drivers pretty decent on the lights. Austin goes down through there with a 003 light for the win. Runs a 603 on a 602. Putting Jerry on the trailer. Jerry got nothing to be ashamed of. Had a 027 light. Austin's was just a little bit better with a 003. Gilder runs a 549 on a 546. Mark Daniels out of Jax, Florida, dial to 5 flat. Up against Trent Horton out of Callahan, Florida, dial to 478. One driver a little bit better on the lights. Trent's going to take the win. 005 reaction time. Runs a 480 on a 478. Mark goes out, runs a 501 on a 5 flat. Mark will have to try next time. Chuck Trotter out of McClenny, Florida, dial to 469, up against Gary Vasquez out of Alachua, Florida. Gary dial to 471, going to be just about a heads-up race. All right, both drivers away on the green, pretty close on the start line. Win light, going to come on to Trotter. Trotter runs a 470 on a 469. Gary runs a 472 on a 471. We'll see Chuck Trotter next round. Danielle Mockney coming up in the Lucas Oil lane, dial to 482. Up against Zach Collins out of Citrus Springs, Florida. Zach dialed a 465. Lights come down both way on the green. Close race together. Zach breaks out, giving the win to Danielle. Danielle runs a 483 on a 482 at 138 miles an hour. Zach goes out, runs a 464 with a 6 on a 465. Haiti Wright out of Middleburg, Florida, running against Ron Schaefer out of St. Augustine, Florida. Ron dialed a 776, Haiti dialed a 516. Pretty close on reaction time. Wind light's going to come on to Ron Schaefer. Schaefer runs a 778 on a 776. Haiti can't quite run the number, runs a 527 on a 516. TJ Barnes out of Brunswick, Georgia. Bob Barnes' son from somebody. Running James Kelly Hicks out of Elkton, Florida. Hicks dialed in a 458. TJ dialed in a 668. All right, both drivers don't know what quite going on, but looks like they're taking their time to even pre-stage. Hopefully we'll get them in here shortly. All right, they decided they wanted to drag race. Both of them's pre-staged. Hicks goes on in. All right, trees coming down. Green lights a pair. One's 2 days late, the other one's right on. TJ breaks out, runs a 664 on a 668. Hicks takes the win, runs a 458 on a 458. Jason Graham coming up in the little Chevy 2 shoebox Chevrolet. Good looking car. Up against Michael out of Ocala, Florida. Dragster dialed in a 504. Jason dialed a 573. Little shoebox car runs the number just about every time. Alright, tree comes down, got a pair of green lights, just about dead even on them. Wind's gonna go to Michael. Jason runs a 574 on a 573. Michael runs 504 on a 504. It was a good race. Jason just come out on the wrong end of the deal. Grayson Wright out of Middleburg, Florida, running Scott Browning out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Grayson just a little bit tardy on the starting line, but he's going to take the win. Scott breaks out, runs a 5:02 on a 5:04, giving the win to Grayson. Grayson runs a 5:04 on a 5 flat dial. Good for the win, and we'll see him next round. Robert Treadwell out of Callahan, Florida, dial to 602. Barry out of Nahonta, Georgia, dial to 596. Barry, red lights of the way, giving the automatic win to Robert. Robert runs down through there, runs a 601 on a 602. Barry runs a little bit quicker as well. He runs a 594 on a 596. Lou Galley out of Fort White, Florida. Good looking Corvette over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. Up against Troy out of Ocala, Florida. A little Chevy step-side S10. Dial to 7 flat. Double red light, but the win light's going to come on for Lou Galley. Lou has the best red light, 005 against Troy's 008. So the win light's going to go to Lou. Lou runs a 565 as well on a 567, but he'll be back for next round. Back around in the little Vega. Got past first round a while ago, I believe it was. Or had to buy back, one of them anyway. He's back this round, driving his own car this today. Up against Ken Grant. Ken Grant dialed a 452. Daryl dialed a 590. Alright, green light's apparent. Daryl. Whoo! His finger must have slipped off the button or something. He had a 009 green light. But good job. Car picks up though, giving the win to Ken Grant. Daryl breaks out, runs a 587 on a 590. Grant going a 452 on a 452. Mike Benai out of Green Cove Springs, dialed a 678 in the little Chevy S10 truck. Running Samuel Parrish on the motorcycle. Mike, red lights it away. Oh, by a bunch. Giving the win to Samuel. Samuel runs it out the back door. Runs a 559 on a 560. Mike runs a 787 on a 787. But he was a little bit early on the tree. I guess he smelled them hot dogs cooking. Want to go back and get him one. Paul Allen out of Middleburg, Florida. Ford Maverick up against Tony out of Mims, Florida. In the Chevy S10. Down to there. Paul going to take the win on a double breakout. Paul runs a 703 on a 704. Tony runs a 611 on a 612. Paul breaks out a little bit less, giving him the win. James Hicks Jr., dial to 476. Out of flying and running Flying Brian Jones, out of Orange Park, Florida. Brian, our class sponsor in the Super Pro category, dial to 454. Hicks, dial to 476. Hicks red lights of the way, giving the win to Brian. Brian runs down there, runs a 452 on a 454. Hicks runs a 475 on a 476, but the red light tells the story. So Mr. Brian Jones will be back for next round. Kurt Carlson out of St. Augustine, Florida, dial to 503. In the Lucas Oil Lane, Carlos out of Puerto Rico, in the good-looking Camaro, dial to 598. Got green lights up there. One's a little bit better than the other. Carlos breaks out, runs a 597 with a 1 on a 598, giving the win to Kurt. Kurt runs a 522 on a 503. Stephen Young out of St. Augustine, Florida, in the pink Barracuda. Up against Glenn Newman. Glenn Newman red lights it away, giving the automatic win to Stephen Young. Young goes down there, runs a 723 on a 722. Glenn was going to be hard pressed anyway. Steve cut the tree down with a 002 light. John Rollins out of High Springs, Florida. Dial 604 in the little Chevy Nova. Dave Hicks out of St. Augustine, Florida. Dial 492. All right, going to be a race to the finish. There's Rollins runs a 604 on a 604. Hicks breaks out trying to catch him. Runs a 489 on a 492. Kurt Banks out of Hastings, Florida, dial to 521. Darwin out of Eustis, Florida, in the little Mustang, dial to 591. Green lights apparently going to be a pretty close race at the top end. Wind lights going to go to Mr. Garcia. Garcia runs a 591 on a 591 with a 2. Putting Kurt on the trailer. Kurt runs a 523 on a 521. All right, John Dwayne coming up here in the Lucas Oil Lane. Dial to 606. Buddy Goolsby, Strange Engineer Lane, dial to 670. lights a pair. One's pretty good, the other one's real good. Wind light's gonna go to Goolsby on a double breakout. Goolsby runs a 669 with a 4 on a 670. John Dwayne runs a 605 on a 605 with a 2 on a 606. So Buddy will be back next round. All right, looks like Roy Hagedorn's back around again in the Mustang. Looks like A.J. Kelly's back around as well, out of Jacksonville, Florida. Kelly dialed in a 479. Roy dialed in a 642. Green lights a pair. Pretty close together. Going to be a close race. Wind's going to go to Hagedorn. Hagedorn runs a 643 on a 642. Kelly can't quite run the number, runs a 481 on a 479. All right. Looks like Wyatt Palmatier back around again. He just had a birthday the other day, turned 52 this time. He was 8 years old with a beard, running a junior dragster last year. So finally got him in the big cars. Up against Zach Collins out of Citrus Springs. Looks like it's going to be a heads-up race. Both drivers dialed a 464. Oh, Zach red lights it away with a 004 red. Palmatier was 2 days late with a 079. But he gets the win anyway. Automatic when Zach red lit, give the win to Palmatier. All right, listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits. Allen Speed Machine. Sportsman category. Allen Speed and Machine. Sportsman. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Sportsman. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Randy Banger. Byron. Dial to 479. Runs a 479 with a O with a 001. Like 1/1000th off of a perfect run. Can't get much closer than that. All right, that was the final car in this round of Super Pro. Now we're going to Speed Machine Pro Bike. first pair coming up here. Dwayne Leachman out of Wildwood, Florida, $5.33. Jeremy Davis out of Palm Coast, Florida, $5.27. This is the first pair for the Island Speed Machine Pro Bike class this round. Both drivers away on the green, one real good, the other one not so good. Dwayne Leachman takes the win, runs a 5:38 on a 5:33. Jeffrey was a little bit late, runs a 5:30 on a 5:27. All right, once again, I need Island Speed Machine Sportsman. Need you to the lanes. Looks like you're already there. Need you to 3 and 4. Keep coming on in. Sportsman, need you to lanes 3 and 4. Come on in. Kevin Cadby takes the win on that. Larry breaks out, runs a 6.95 with a 4 on a 6.97. Giving the win to Kevin. Kevin runs a 5.25 on a 5.25. Anthony, over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, $5.55. Roy Johnson, $7.05 from Keystone Heights. Both green lights, pretty close together. Win light's going to come on for Anthony. Anthony runs a 5.57 on a 5.55. Roy can't quite run the number, runs a 7.08 on a 7.05. All right, looks like this is our legal buy run for this round of Pro Bike. Tom Moats, $6.99. Tom runs a 6.96 for this buy run. So he'll have it, get a little bit better dial in for next go round. Here we come with this round of Flying Brian Trailers Junior Street. Hunter Dowling out of Gainesville, Florida, $10.95 up against Brianna Browning. She's $11.35. Sportsman category. You should be in lanes 3 and 4, please. Island Speed Machine Sportsman. Need you in lanes 3 and 4. All right, both drivers away on the green. One's a bunch late. The other one's pretty decent light. Gonna be a good race on the top end. Brianna breaks out though. Runs 11.31 on 11.35. Giving the win to Hunter. Hunter runs a 10.99 on a 10.95. Molly Banger out of Palmetto, Florida, dialed at 10.30. Strange Engineering Lane, dialed at 11 flat. Both drivers away on the green. All right. Lucas Oil Lane takes the win on a double breakout. Molly runs a 10.28 on a 10.30. The Strange Lane runs a 10.95 on 11 flat. So Molly will be back around for next round. Super gas, super gas. Need you to the lanes, please. Super gas. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas. Need you to the lanes. Chelsea Dwayne out of Jacksonville, Florida, coming up in the Strange Engineering lane, dialed at 958. Up against Caden Holiday, dialed at 1105. Both drivers away on the green. Be a pretty close race on the top end. All right, wind's going to go to Caden. Caden runs 11:18 on 11:05. Chelsea can't run a number. Runs a 9:84 on a 9:58. Chelsea had the much better line. She may have let him get back around her. Got to learn to drive the top end as well. She'll get there. All right. This is the first pair of Allen Speed Machine Sportsman category for this round. Dan Salyers coming up in a pickup truck, dialed in at 967. John out of Gainesville in the Challenger, dialed at 792. Double red light, but the best double red light win is going to go to John. John had a negative 003 light. Dan had a negative 095 light. So win's going to go to John in the right-hand lane. Okay, listen up. Listen up in the pits. Flying Brian Traders, Junior Dragsters. Need you to the lanes. Ages 6 through 9, need you in lane 8. 10 through 12, need you in lane 7. 13 and up, need you to lane 6. So Junior Dragsters, Flying Brian Junior Dragsters. Need you to the lanes, please. Peyton Dunaway out of Lake Wales, Florida, dialed at 975. Bart out of Melrose, Florida, dialed at 810. All right, pair of green lights. It'll be a close race at the top end. Peyton breaks out, giving the win to Bart. Bart runs an 8:10 on an 8:10 for the win. Peyton breaks out, runs a 9:63 on a 9:75. Once again, I need Flying Brian Traders Junior Dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Lane assignments, 6 through 9, lane 8. 10 through 12, lane 7. 13 and up, lane 6. Dennis is going to take the win light this round. Runs an 8:14 on an 8:11. Chris Courtney goes out, runs 7:50 on a 7:50. But the 051 light cost him. Scott DeLong, 1980 Malibu. Dialed in a 750. Jacob Richards, out of Gainesville, Florida, dialed a 780. All right, win light's going to come on for Scott. Scott runs a 765 on the 750. Jacob can't quite run a number, runs an 8 flat on a 780. Scott cut the tree down with a 003 green. So, and then Jacob was a little bit late with a 133. Green light's apparently going to be pretty close on the top end. Well, light comes on for Kevin Roberts. Kevin runs a 767 on the 761. Cole goes out, runs a 761 on the 750 dial. So Kevin will be back around for the next round. Mike Gaffney, dial to 755. Here in the Lucas Oil Lane. Michael Martin, out of Gainesville, Florida. Can't quite pull it off. Breaks out, runs an 824, giving the win to Mike Gaffney. Mike runs a 778 on a 755. Dawson Bass, back around out of Jacksonville, Florida. Late model Mustang, mid model Mustang, something like that. Dial to 771. Strange Engineer and Vet run dial to 799 and takes the win. Vet runs an 804 on a 799. Bass goes out. Can't run the number, runs a 779 on a 771. Gunner going to get the automatic win. Gary Johnson, red lit to him. So Mitchell Gunner be back around. Runs an 889 on an 887. Gary Johnson runs a 927 on a 928. Red light tells the story on the start line though. Heads up race here. Mustang out. Don't know what quite happened, but yes we do. Red light. Lucas Oil Lane red lit and went dead on with a 3. That hurts. Giving David Smith the win. Marcus Cruz out of McClenny, Florida. Little Dodge, small block. Up against Richard out of Middleburg, 94 Firebird. Firebird dialed to 926. Cruz dialed to 776. Lucas Oil Lane getting on down the track. Can't hold off though, it does. Breaks out. 925 with a 9 on a 926, giving Cruz the win. Cruz dialed 776 and ran a 777. Jay Dickinson out of St. George, Georgia. 86 Chevrolet pickup truck, dialed 1160. Clint Wilson, Providence, Florida, down to 827 on the 56 Chevrolet. Both drivers not stellar on the starting line, but the win goes to the pickup truck. Truck runs at 1169 on 1160. The 56 runs at 830 on an 827. Jacob Wable over here in the Strange Engineering lane, dial to 766. Monica Roberts, Lucas Oil lane, dial to 795. Juniors, you should be loaded up. Juniors, you should be loaded up. Got about 3 more pair of big cars. Juniors need to be loaded up, please. Going to be a tight race on the top end. Wable's going to take the win. Monica breaks out. Monica runs a 793 on a 795. Wable runs a 768 on a 766. Dive in for the win. Tom Courtney, 77 Trans Am, dialed in a 750. Buick Regal, Strange Engineering, dialed to 755. Trans Am going to take the win, run on the double breakout. Tom runs a 745 on a 750, while the right-hand lane runs a 744 on a 55. All right, here we go with the first pair of junior dragsters out. Flying Brian Trailers Junior Dragsters. I'd like to give a thanks to all of our sponsors that sponsors these classes. This is the 6 to 9 year olds. 1190 is as fast as you can dial these cars. As the kids get older, you can go faster. But the beginner's class is 1190. That's as fast as you can dial them. Sean Daniel out of Lake Butler, Florida, dialed 1190. Hudson Matz out of Gainesville, Florida, right here close, dialed 1193. All right, top in charge. Sean takes the win, runs 1194 on 1190. Hudson runs 1195 on 1193. 269 light didn't help though. Gonna have to work on the light a little bit, but he'll get there. Gavin out of Punta Gorda, Florida, dialed 1190. Brandy Holiday right here close, dialed at 1203. All right, I got 2 green lights. Good race to the top end. Wind light. On a double breakout, wind light's going to go to Gavin. Gavin runs 1189 with a 5 on 1190. Randy runs 1190 on a 1203. Jackson Collins on the bye run out of Keystone Heights. Dialed a 16 flat. Goes through the top end. Runs a 1569. So got a little bit to play with there. Jackson will be back around for next round. All right. Next age group. 10 to 12. Time limit here is 8:90. That's as quick as you can dial this age group. Weston Daniel out of Lake Butler, Florida, over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, dialed at 890. Peyton Duffy out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, dialed at 890 in the Strange Engineer Lane. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Jeans Glass Pro category. Jeans Glass Pro category. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro, need you to lanes 3 and 4. All right, Weston on a double breakout is going to take the win. Runs at 889 on an 890. Peyton runs at 887 with a 6 on an 890. So the least breakout takes the win. Weston will be back for next round. Jeans Glass Pro category. Need you lanes 3 and 4, please. Jeans Glass Pro category. Need you lanes 3 and 4, please. Johnny Moxley out of Keystone Heights, dialed at 892. Cocky Mockney out of Venice, Florida, dialed at 895. All right, this is going to be a pretty good race to the top end. Right. On a double breakout, but Kylie takes the win with that 001 light. She put it on the tree. Runs at 893 on an 895 for the win. Johnny goes at 883 on an 892. So we'll see Kylie back around again. Blake Jones out of Orange Park, Florida, over here in the Strange Engineering Strange Engineer Equipment Lane, dialed at 893. Bailey out of Leah Acres, Florida, I believe it is, dialed at 890. Lights apparent, going to be pretty close at the top end. They are pretty close at the starting line. Win light, going to go to Bailey. Blake breaks out, runs an 891 on an 893, giving Bailey the win. Bailey runs an 890 on an 890. Skylar Carpenter coming up in the Lucas Oil Lane out of St. Petersburg, Florida, against Wyatt Higgs out of St. Augustine, Florida. White dialed in a 910. Skylar dialed in a 897. Green lights apparent. Going to be a pretty close race at the top end. Win light. Going to come on for Skyler. Wyatt breaks out. Wyatt runs a 909 on a 910. Breaks out by 4 thousandths. Giving Skyler the win. Skyler runs an 899 on an 897. It's a good run, guys. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Island Speed and Machine, Super Pro Bike. Island Speed and Machine, Super Pro Bike to lane 7. Super Pro Bike, lane 7. All right, Scarlet. X red lights, giving the automatic win to Brianna. Brianna runs an 883 on an 890. But the big red light tells the story at the starting line. So we'll give it a try next time. Once again, Island Speed Machine, Super Pro Bike, need you to lane 7. Super Pro Bike, lane 7. Kennedy from Middleburg, Florida, coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, dial to 818. Tanner Lockney from Venice, Florida, dial to 790 in the strange engineered lane. All right, listen up once again. Need Island Speed and Machine, Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike to lane 7. Super Pro Bike to lane 7. Island Speed and Machine, Super Pro Bike to lane 7. All right, charge to the top end, wheel light. Gonna come on for Aaron. Tanner breaks out. Tanner runs a 788 on a 790. Giving Aaron the win. Aaron runs an 826 on an 818. Once again, I need Island Speed and Machine, Super Pro Bike to lane 7. Island Speed and Machine, Super Pro Bike to lane 7. not in the lanes, you're late. G's Glass Pro Eliminator. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. All right, here we go with the first round of Super Gas. And their qualifying shot earlier. This will be elimination, so this is either win or you go home. So once again, appreciate Super Gas coming out running with us. Super Gas runs on a 6:30 index on the 8th mile. They run a quarter mile, they run a 990 index. We're running half track this weekend, so their index is a 6:30. All right, got a couple roasters here. 67 vet, the 69 Camaro. Top's cut off up, that's why they call them roasters. Joey out of Georgia. Jeff Ashley out of Georgia. It's that 630 index. 410s Pro Tree. One of them was really good, the other one was pretty good. Wind light. Gonna go to Jeff on a double breakout. Jeff runs a 628 on a 630. Joey runs a 627 on a 630. Jeff will be back around for round 2. Jason DeWitt coming out of Georgia, 06 Corvette, up against Mike B. Out of Georgia as well. Got a lot of Georgia folks down here from the Super Gas Association. Appreciate them coming down, making the drive. All right, look forward, red lights are the way. Vet gonna run it out the back door. Vet gonna run a 633 on a 630 index. Jason will be back around for round 2. Not for sure who's driving the Beretta, but Jason Alden was driving it earlier. Maybe he wanted to run some Super Gas today. Up against Tim Powell. Tim in the good-looking Corvette. Lights come on. All right. Bet a little bit better on the tree, and he's going to take the win. Both of them run 638. Bet had a little bit better reaction time. So Tim will come back around for round number 2. Roy DeWitt, 57 Chevrolet. Roman Salter with the Camaro. Top in charge. 57 is going to take the round win. Runs a 631 on a 630. Roman breaks out, runs a 628 on a 630 down. Good looking Mopar Pro Stock truck. Gonna take the win. Randy red lights to it. Giving the automatic win to the truck. Truck runs it out the back door, runs a 625 on a 630 index. Randy runs a 628 on a 630 index. But the red light tells the story. Generally always does. Bob Barnes coming up here in the Lucas Oil Lane out of Brunswick, Georgia. Running against Tracy Barnes out of Jackson, Georgia, over here in the strange engineered sound and engineered lane. Tracy out with an 010 light. Barnes out with a 20 light. Tracy gonna take the win. Okay, listen up. Listen up in the pits. Flying Brian Trader Super Pro. Flying Brian's Trader Super Pro. Super Pro, need you lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Craig Miller out of Savannah, Georgia, out with an 036 light. Runs it out the back door, runs a 631. So he'll be back around for round number 2. Once again, Flying Brian Trader Super Pro, need you lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trader Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Allen Speed Machine Super Pro bike, you should already be in the lanes. 7:13 on the 7:16, giving Corky the win. Corky runs a 7:02 on a 7:01. Corky cutting the tree down with a 009 light. Peyton Shook. Over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, dial to 689. Russell Morris. In the strange engineered sign. Lane, dial to 702. Win light. Gonna go to Peyton, even though Russell had a way better light. Peyton's gonna take the win. Runs a 691 on a 689. Russell can't run the number. Runs a 708 on a 702.
Homegrown son, yeah, that was probably me. Silver, black.
Travis McFarland out of Keystone Heights, down to 596, double red light. But the win's going to go to McFarland. McFarland had the best red light, if that's what you call it, and runs a 596 on a 596. Mustang goes out, runs a 660 on a 663. Seth Bevins out of Albany, Georgia. Vega wagon, dial in to 611. Michaela Duffy, dial to 741. 86 Camaro. All right, I got two green lights, pretty close with one another. Going to be a good race on the top end. On a double breakout. Caleb's going to take the win. Runs a 738 on a 741. Bevins runs a 608 on a 611. Caleb breaks out less than Bevins. Christopher Duffy, down to 656. Bart down to 663. All right, win light going to come on to Bart. Bart runs a 665 on a 663. Christopher breaks out, runs a 654 on a 656. A little bit quick. He was late on the tree and had to run it out the back door. Phil Green, 68 Camaro out of Ocala, Florida, dial to 616. Mike French in the Chevy wagon, dial to 618, just about a heads up. Phil gives it away with a red light, but he was going to have to be close because Mike had a 003 light. French runs a 619 on a 618. Phil kind of eases on down the track, 827 on a 616. Mark Neal, out of Middleburg, Florida, dial to 644 in the truck. Marcus Cruz, dial to 776 in the little Dodge car. All right, pretty close somewhat on the start line. Wheel light's going to come on for Mark Neal. Mark runs a 647 on a 644. Marcus breaks out, runs a 775 on a 776. Brendan George over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. Dial to 616. Jason Rollins, Strange Engineered Lane, dial to 588. Lights come down. Jason red lights it away, giving the automatic win to Brendan. Brendan runs down through there, runs a 6:41 on a 6:16. No sense in legging it out when he knows what it does. Jason runs a 5:87 on a 5:88, just to run it out the back door. Michael Popwell out of Waycross, Georgia, $7.55. Leah in the Chevy van, $7.65. All right, tree comes down, got 2 green lights. 1 good, 1 bad. Good race to the top end up. Leah breaks out because she had the bad light. Michael pushed her out. Lucas Oil takes the win. Runs a 7:62 on a 7:55. Austin Logan, $6.01. Tony out of Mims, Florida, $6.12. 2 green lights. 1 really good, 1 kind of good. Win light goes to Camaro. Camaro runs a 6:05 on a 6:01. Little truck goes out with a 6:14 on a 6:12. George Emanuel out of High Springs, Florida, $7.80 in the Chevy Nova. Kenny Bevins out of Albany, Georgia, Bagel Wagon. That thing's been around forever and a day. It's probably got 1,000 miles, an 1/8 mile at a time. Kenny dialed in a 6:08. George dialed in a 7:80. All right, green lights appear pretty close. Starting line, top end charge. Win light gonna go to Bevins. Bevins runs a 6:09 on a 6:08. George runs dead on with a 3, but the 049 light cost him the round. John Dwayne coming up into Lucas Oil Lane out of Jacksonville, Florida. Dwayne dialed a 6:04. 69 Camaro in the Strange Lane, dialed a 6:68. Better of the double red light. He had a negative 002. D had a negative 013. So the win is going to go to John DeWayne. He'll come back to the next round. Mike Gaffney, Lucas Oil Lane, Dallas 755. Steve Welsh, Dallas 683 in the strange lane. Steve red lights it away, giving the automatic win to Mike Gaffney. Mike runs it out the back door. Runs a 753 on a 755. Steve runs a 686 on a 683. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Flying Brian Traders, Junior Street, to the lanes, please. Junior Street. Need you to lanes 5 and 6. Flying Brian Traders, Junior Street, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Dwayne Leach, down to 571. Candy Hagedorn, down to 562.
All right, we're going to take a little quick break as they shut them off and see what's going on the track.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like Cargo-Mate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at BigStuff3EFI.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
All right, welcome back here at Gainesville Raceway for the last race of the season for the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. I want to thank the track crew for their hard work out there. It's a little humid, a little hot, and then providing us with a safe surface
Right,
to
attention
race
to
on.
the pits. Need bike number 2017 and 292 to come back to the staging lanes for a rerun, please.
You just heard the announcement for a rerun for those two bikes. Something happened to the sensor down there or the timing block. Looked like they got all that straightened out, so they're going to rerun their round. All right, I'm gonna step away for a minute. Got to get ready for the next round of Sportsman. JT will take care of you.
Okay, getting back to action here. Glenn Newman's coming up in the strange lane. $5.57. Roy Hagedorn over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Roy down to 642. Glenn Newman's out of Alachua, Florida. Roy Hagedorn out of Venice, Florida. Got two good green lights. Going to be real close at the top end. Wind light's going to come on for Glenn Newman. Glenn Newman runs a 557 with a 1 on a 557. Roy runs dead on with a 7. So about 6 thousandths difference there. It's a good race. Bob Nelson out of Jacksonville, Florida. Rear engine dragster down to 530, and he red lights it away. Giving the automatic wind to Bobby Trump. Trump runs it out the back door, runs a 534 with a 6 on a 535. Bob runs it out, runs a 532 on a 530. Flying Brian Jones out of Orange Park, Florida, down to 453. Up against Steve Schoonmaker out of Jacksonville, Florida. Steve dialed in a 478. Brian dialed in a 453. Be real close on the top end. Top end charge. Brian Jones. 453 with a 5 on a 453. Schoonmaker runs a 480 on a 478. Dial to 560, Buddy Goolsby, dial to 669. Goolsby, dead on with a 7. 021 light. Collins runs a 562 on a 560. Couldn't quite get there with that 051 light. Sherby out of Green Cove Spring, dial to 669. Randy Banger out of Bradenton, Florida. Dial to 497. Wind light's going to come on for Banger. Banger runs a 497 on a 497. Sherby can't quite run the number, runs a 671 on a 669. All right, once again, I need my Flying Brian Jr., Flying Brian Traders. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior Street, the lanes 5 and 6. Michael over here in the Lucas Oil lane, dial to 471. Carlos in the 70-something model Camaro. Please forgive me for not being able to exactly do it. But he's down to 596 out of Puerto Rico. All right, both drivers out in green, going to be good at the top end. Wind light's going to come on for Michael. Michael runs a 473 on a 471. Carlos runs a 6 flat on a 596. Steve Young, Ron Schaefer, both of them 3 days late. Win light, gonna go to Stephen Young. Schaefer breaks out. Schaefer runs a 776 on a 779. Stephen Young takes a win, runs a 729 on a 722. Ken Grant, Trent Horton. Horton dialed a 479. Grant dialed a 452. Green lights a pair. Pretty close together. Win light gonna come on for Grant. Grant runs a 452 with a 1 on a 452. Horton breaks out, runs a 477 on a 479. Grant had a 017. Trent had a 013. Lou Galley, real colorful Corvette. Up against James Kelly Hicks. Hicks dialed in a 458. Galley dialed in a 565. Runs down there, gets on the brakes, runs a 460 on a 458. Galley runs dead on, but 073 light didn't help at all. Florida with the Ford Maverick. Now a 704. Nevaeh Hicks. Now a 515 out of St. Augustine, Florida. Hicks red lights it away. Gives the automatic win to Paul Allen. Paul runs dead on with a 7. 704 on a 704. Hicks runs dead on. 515 with a 4 on a 515. That negative 008 light is a killer. Michael out of Ocala, Florida, dialed a 504. Mr. Garcia. $5.91. Be a good race on the top end. Wayne goes to the Lucas Oil lane. Runs a 504 with a 5 on a 504. Strange Lane breaks out, runs a 590 on a 591. Grayson Wright out of Middleburg, Florida. $5.02. Strange Lane. $5.19. Grayson breaks out trying to catch him. Grayson runs a 501 on a 502. Giving the automatic win to the Strange Lane. $5.19. Went a 5.19 with a 4 with a 001 light. 5,000's off a perfect run. Danielle Motley out of Venice, Florida. $4.82 in the dragster. Samuel Parrish out of Green Cove Springs. $5.60 on the motorcycle. Green Lights Affair. Danielle, 2 days late, breaks out trying to catch it. Samuel takes the win, runs a 561 on a 560. Danielle runs a 481 with a 9 on a 482. Roy Hagedorn back around in the Strange Lane, $6.42. Travis Logan over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, $5.99. All right, good trees on the starting line. Travis is going to take the win, runs a 6 flat on a 5.99. Roy goes out, breaks out trying to catch him, runs a 6.41 on a 6.42. Robert Treadwell out of Callahan, Florida, $6.01. Kurt Carlson out of St. Augustine, Florida, $5.21. Kurt, something going terribly wrong. Robert eases on down there, runs a 6.52 on a 6.01. Kurt finally gets through there. Runs a 10.36 on a 5.21. White Palmetier over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. The Bearded Wonder up against Flying Brian Jones. Class sponsor. $4.53. White $4.62. runs a 463 on a 462. Brian breaks out, runs a 452 with an O on a 453. That was an awesome race. Both of them was 0-11 on the tree. It was a race to the finish line. John Rollins coming up in the strange lane, dial to 604. Chuck Trotter over here in the Lucas Oil lane, dial to 469. John out a little bit late. Chuck chase him down. Chuck goes for the win. Chuck runs a 470 on a 469. Rollins breaks out by 5 thousandths trying to hold him off or trying to catch him. Rollins runs a 603 with a 5 on a 604. Chad Kennedy over here in the Lucas Oil lane, dial to 645. Up against Austin Logan out of Port Charlotte, Florida, dial to 603. Chad red lights it away with an 012 red, giving the automatic win to Austin. Austin runs it down there, runs a 599 with a 6 on a 603. Red light ends Chad's day for this one. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Allen Speed and Machine, Sportsman, to lanes 3 and 4, please. Allen Speed and Machine, Sportsman, to 3 and 4. I need Junior Dragsters back to the lanes. Junior Dragsters. Flying Brian, Junior Dragsters, back to lanes 6, 7, and 8, please. Flying Brian Dragsters, back to lanes 6, 7, and 8, please. Once again, Allen Speed and Machine, Sportsman. Sportsman, need you lanes 3 and 4, please. Juniors, lanes 6, 7, and 8, please. Wildwood, Florida, coming up in the Lucas Oil lane, down to 533. Up against Kevin Catney out of Keystone Heights. Kevin down to 525. Dwayne, red lights away, giving the automatic Kevin out with 046, runs it out the back door. Kevin runs a 520 on a 525 dial. Dwayne runs a 534 on a 533. Once again, I need Alan Speed and Machine Sportsman. Sportsman lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman lanes 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailers Junior Dragsters, lanes 6, 7, and 8, please. Flying Brian's Junior Dragsters, lanes 6, 7, and 8, please. Okay, back to action here. Anthony out of Palm Coast, Florida, $5.55. Tom Moats out of Ocala, Florida, $6.99. Well, Tom red lights it away, giving the automatic win to Anthony. Anthony runs it on down there anyway. We runs a 5.55 with a 3 on a 5.55. So, good time run for him. Knows he has it dialed in. Okay, once again, needing my Sportsman to 3 and 4. My Flying Brian Trailers Junior Dragster, lanes 6, 7, and 8. Once again, Adam Speed and Machine, Sportsman. Need your lanes 3 and 4, you should be here. Flying Brian Trailers Juniors, need your lanes 6, 7, and 8, please. Super gas, need you to the lanes, please. Super gas. Come on back around for round number 2. Super gas, need you to the lanes. John out, pretty close on the tree. Top end charge. John's going to take the win on a double breakout. John runs a 789 on a 794 for the win. Bart runs an 804 on an 810 for the loss. So John will be back for next round. Strange Lane, dial to 762, runs a 765. Dennis, dial to 811, breaks out, runs an 807, giving a win to the right hand lane. Strange Lane will be back around for the next round. Mike Gaffney, dial to 754 in the Lucas Oil lane. Kevin Roberts, out of St. Petersburg, 69 Camaro, dial 759 in the Strange Lane. Kevin red lights it away, giving the win to Mike Gaffney. Mike runs it out the back door, runs a 754 with a 2 on a 754. Kevin runs a 765 on a 759, but the red light tells the tale. Mickey takes the win on a double breakout. Mickey runs a 751 on a 753. Vet runs a 796 on an 8 flat dial. Tom Courtney, dial to 750, red lights it away, giving the automatic win to Mitchell Gunner. Mitchell out with a 049 light, dial to 888, runs an 870, runs an 887 with a 2. So Mitchell made a pretty good lick there. Mitchell will be back around for the next round. Jacob Wable over here in the Strange Lane, dial to 766. Running Caden Lewis. Caden out of Madison, Florida, runs a 980, dial to 987. It should be a pretty good race on the top end. Win light is going to go to Caden Lewis. Caden runs a 988 on a 987. Jacob can't run the numbers. runs a 770 on a 766. Jacob had him on the tree. He may have let him back around him. Jay Dickinson, 87 Chevy truck, 86 Chevy truck. $11.62. Marcus Cruz out of McLean, Florida. Little small block Dodge. $7.73. All right, Jay. Red light giving the automatic win to Marcus Cruz. Marcus runs it out the back door, runs a 769 on a 773. Jay's day's done, runs 1148 on 1162. But the red light ended his day. Scott DeLong, 1980 Malibu, $7.52. David Smith out of Orange Park, Florida, 2000 model Mustang, $7.51. Pretty close on the reaction times. Win light goes to David Smith. David Smith running dead on a 751 with a 2 on a 751. Scott breaks out. Runs a 747 on a 752. Junior Dragsters, you should be loaded up. Junior Dragsters, you should be loaded up. Super Gas, need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, need you to the lanes, please. Scott Carpenter out of St. Petersburg, Florida, coming up in the Lucas Oil lane. Dowling 899, Briella Browning. Over in the Strange lane, Strange Engineered lane. Dowling 890. It'll be a pretty close heads-up race. Got two green lights, pretty close on the reaction time together. It'll be a good race to the top end. Win light goes to Briella. Runs an 890 with an O on an 890 with an 036 light. Scott runs a 902 on an 899. Connie Mockney. That'll be the legal buy run. Dowling 893. Just want to take the treat and shut it off. No sense in putting unnecessary wear on it. They'll take the belt off and push it back. Then we will continue on with the advanced class, 790 class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Back to 3 and 4, please. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Back to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Super Gas, you guys, is going to be right after Junior Dragsters. So if we can get the Pro Class, Pro Eliminator, Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Back to lanes 3 and 4. Lights apparent, pretty close on the reaction time. It'll be a good race to the top end. Mr. Aaron's going to take the win. Sierra breaks out, runs a 789 on a 790, breaks out by 1/1000. Giving the win to Aaron Kennedy. Aaron runs an 8:23 on an 8:18. Down to 795. Matthew down to 790. Here we go at the top end. Win light goes to Matthew Peterson. Matthew on the less of a breakout. Matthew runs a 789 with a 3 on a 790. Molly runs a 786 with a 5 on a 795. So Matthew breaks out less for the win. We'll see him next round. All right, here we go with Super Gas. Here we go with second round of Super Gas. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Allen Speed and Machine Super Pro Bike. I'm sorry. Yes, I need Allen Speed and Machine Super Pro Bike back to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bike back to lane 7. Joey Anderson red lights the way with a 007 red, giving the automatic win to Jeff Ashley. Jeff runs it out the back door, runs a 629 with a 3 on a 630. Not too bad with a 004 light. Once again, I need Allen Speed and Machine. Super Pro Bike back to lane 7. Jeans, I need Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Back in the little Ford. Little Dodge truck running down through there. Ford takes the win on a double breakout. Runs a 628 with a 7 versus the 628 with a 6. So the Ford will be back around for third round. Bob Barnes coming up here in the Lucas Oil lane. Little Olds Achiever. Up against Craig Miller out of Savannah, Georgia. Dead even on the starting line. Goes down through there. Craig's going to take the win. 630 on a 630. Barnes breaks out, runs a 629 with an 8 on a 630 dial. Breaks out by 2 thousandths. Tim Powell, Lucas Oil Lane. Randy Lord, Strange Engineer Lane. Randy rolls the beams, turns the red light on, giving the automatic win to Tim Powell. Roy DeWitt, out of Bloomingdale, Georgia. 57 Chevrolet. Tracy Barnes. 60-something Corvette. Winlight. Barnes. On a double breakout. Barnes runs a 629 with a 7. DeWitt runs a 627 with a 6. So we'll see Tracy back around again for the next round. Gonna do a little track prep. So if you got a chance, get you something to drink, cool off a little bit, find you some shade. We'll be back to action here within a couple, 3 or 4 minutes.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
I got a pair of green light starts here. One's really good, one's really bad. And the one that was really good picks up the win. Kenny Benz picks up the win with a 6:25. Run on a 6:08.9. As my wheel goes really late. We'll just get that. Getting shook over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, dominating at 689. And we also over here with a 701. Courtney's going to line up red, getting the automatic win. To Shook. Shook runs a 684 on his $689. Alright, Michaela Douglas over here, Strange Engineering Lane, down in at 742. Austin Logan on the Lucas Oil side, down in at 603. Alright, we got a pair of green lights here. One's a little better than the other. And the one who goes better light picks up the win. That's Logan, who's 031 on the tree, runs a 616 with a 7 on a 603 dial. Alright, we got John Wayne over here in Lucas Oil Lane, down in at 605, and Mark McGillian over here in Strange Engineering Lane, down in at 663. Alright, pair of green lights here. And Mark's going to pick up the win on a double breakout. Mark goes 662 for the 4 on that 663 dot. And John Wayne goes 604 on the 605. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pit. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Mike Gaffney's going to pick up the win there. He had a dial of 754, runs a 757. Attention in the pits. Pro Bike. Pro Bike to lane 7. Pro Bike to lane 7. Alright, we got Brandon George over here in Lucas Oil Lane and Matt French over in Strange Engineering Lane. And Brandon George is going to line it 002 red, giving the win to French. As he breaks out with a 616 on a 619, but hey, it doesn't matter when the guy on the other lane turns on the red light. I've got some pretty music in the background, but we went live pretty quickly, and I ended up having to pick up the
Also,
mic.
need Alan Speed Machine Pro Bike. Alan Speed and is that we got Pro Bike? Or is it the Super Pro Bike? One of them. 562. Dwayne Leachman dialed to 571. Both of them break out. Double breakout. Candy's going to take the win. 561 on a 562. Mr. Leachman breaks out a little bit more, runs a 569 on a 571. All right, once again, the Flying Brian Trailers Junior Street. Junior Street, back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Also, looking for Allen Speed Machine Sportsman cars. Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman category. Sportsman back to 3 and 4. Looks like we're into the Super Pro category. Robert Treadwell out of Callahan, Florida. Down to 602. Glenn Newmans out of Alachua, Florida. Down to 557. Green lights apparent. One's good, one's really good. The really good light took the win. Robert Treadwell runs a 603 on a 602 with a 007 light. Newmans breaks out trying to catch him, runs a 556 with a 6 on a 557. So, Robert goes to the next round. Travis Logan, down to 597 over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Bobby Trump, down to 535 over in the Strange lane. Bobby getting the automatic win. Travis gives it away on a red light. Bobby runs it out the back door, runs a 532 with an 8 on a 535. Bobby cut the tree down with a 007 light though, so Travis was going to have to be good. Buddy Goolsby coming up here in the Strange lane, dial to 669. Chuck Trotter over here in the Lucas Oil lane, dial to 469. Bobby's going to get a 2-second head start. Timed out. Buddy's on a pass by himself. Runs it out the back door. Runs a 670 on a 669. Flying Brian Jones, our class sponsor. Out of Orange Park, Florida, over here in the Strange lane, down to 452. Stephen Young out of St. Augustine, Florida. Pink Barracuda, down to 722. 452 on a 452. Steven runs a 733 on a 722. Couldn't run the number. All right, if my junior street competitors, if you're still in junior street, I need you to lanes 5 and 6. Junior street, if you're still in competition, I need you in lanes 5 and 6. Flying Brian Trailers, junior street, if you're still in competition, I need you in lanes 5 and 6. Allen Speed and Machine Pro Bike, Allen Speed and Machine Pro Bike, need you to lane 7. Need you to lane 7. All right, 2 green lights, pretty close. Good race to the top end. Randy's going to take the win. Runs a 498 with an O on a 498 with an 017 light. James Kelly Hicks runs a 459 with an O on a 458 with a 009 light. Michael out with a triple O light, goes for the win. Runs a 471 with a 5 on a 471. 5 thousandths off a perfect light. Samuel breaks out. Runs a 561 with a 5 on a 562. Michael was going to be hard to beat with that 5 thousandths package. Back around it with a little Ford Maverick up against White Palmetier. White's got to sit there for 2 days, but he does. White dead late. Maverick takes the win. Loads the old young man up on the trailer. Paul out with an 027 light. Big Papa got it put to him with the 100 light. That's terrible. And he went dead on with a 6. Paul Allen, 703 on a 699 for the win. over here in the Lucas Oil lane, dial 601. One of them Hicks fellas over in the Strange lane. 2 green lights, one really good, one really bad. The one with the really good wins the race. Austin Logan, 601, runs a 602 with a 004 light. Strange lane breaks out trying to catch him, runs a 518 on a 519. All right, once again, attention in the pits. Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman, I need you to the lanes. If you are still in the Sportsman category, I need you to the lanes, please. Need you to lanes 3 and 4. If you are still in Sportsman, need you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Have the finals coming up here in Junior Street. Molly Banger over here in the Lucas Oil lane, up against Caden Holiday over in the Strange lane. Pretty good race to the top end. Win's going to go to Caden. Molly breaks out, runs a 10:20 on a 10:25. Giving the win to Caden Holiday. Caden runs 11:03 on an 11 flat dial in. All right. Caden's going to pick up the check. Looks like we got the finals in Pro Bike. Looks like we got the finals getting dressed in our Allen Speed and Machine Pro Bike. Get them guys out and down the track. Super gas, need you back to the lanes. Super gas, need you back to the lanes. Also, I need Flying Brian Trailers Junior Dragsters back to the lanes. If you're still in the Junior Dragster category, need you back to the lanes, please. Flying Brian Trailers Junior Dragster, need you back to the lanes. Need the Allen Speed and Machine Super Pro Bike. Super Pro Bike. If you're still in the Super Pro Bike category, believe it's the finals, need you back to the staging lanes, please. Alright, this is the last call for the Allen Speed Machine Sportsman category. If you're still in Sportsman, you need to be in the lanes. Sportsman, you need to be in lanes 3 and 4 if you're still in. All right, win goes to Anthony out of Palm Coast, Florida. $5.55, wins the 558 for the win. Kevin Cadby breaks out, runs a 523 on a 525, giving Anthony the win. Congratulations to Anthony. Also to Kevin for hanging tough and making the final round. Appreciate all the racers coming out this weekend, racing the 2-day race. Been a long couple days, fighting the weather, the heat, the rain. Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out and being a part of the show. All right, Mitchell Gunner of On the Spot Motorsports. Mitchell has a podcast that him and Mr. Robert Simpson do. Very informative. They have excellent podcasts. You ought to listen to it every chance you get. Mitchell and the Lucas Oil Lane. Dial at 889. W265 over in Strange Lane. All right. Mitchell can't get past this one. Mitchell breaks out, runs an 888 with a 6 on the 889. Strange Lane runs a 767 on a 763. Mitchell was a couple days late though, so had to run it out the back door. Got pushed out. Kate Lewis, dial at 987. John, dial at 792. Wind light's going to come on for John. John runs a 794 on a 792. Sending Caden home. Caden runs a 992 on a 987. Mike Gaffney, dial at 754. Marcus Cruz, dial at 773. Lights come down, got 2 green lights. Pretty good green lights too. Should be a good race at the top end. Wind light's gonna come on for Mike Gaffney. Gaffney runs a 755 on a 754. Cruz can't quite run the number, runs a 776 on a 773. Marcus had him on a tree. Possibly could have let him back around. David Smith, dial to 751. Mickey, dial to 751. Heads up race. All right, wind light comes on from Mickey. Mickey runs a 755 on a 751. David runs a 758 on a 751. David had him on the tree. Mickey got around him though. looks like we're running the finals in the 6 to 9 year old in the junior dragster category. Once again, I'd like to thank Flying Brian Trailers for sponsoring this class of cars along with the Super Pro. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Jeans Glass Pro category, Jeans Glass Pro category. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Need you to the staging lanes for Perry. Gavin Dennis over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Shaw Daniel over in the Strange lane. Heads up race. All right, who's going to take the win light? Shaw turns on the win light. Gavin breaks out. Gavin runs 1183 on 1190. Shaw takes the win and runs 1196 on 1190. So congratulations. Alright, Kylie Mockney over here in the Strange lane, dial at 894. Bailey, Lucas Oil lane, dial at 890. Alright, gonna be a pretty close race at the top end. Win light goes to Miss Bailey. Bailey runs an 896 on an 890. Kylie breaks out, runs an 890 on an 894. Kylie was uncharacteristically late with an 091 light. Bailey had an 037. She gave him a little bit advantage. So congratulations on that round win. Yellow Brown over here in the Strange lane, dial at 890. Gonna take it down on the by run. Runs an 885 at 75 miles an hour. So Pretty decent light, not bad at all. So she'll be back for the next round. Listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits. I need Alan Speed of Machines, Super Pro Motorcycle. Super Pro Motorcycle, need you back to the lane, please. Lane 7. Super Pro Bike, back to lane 7. Matthew Peterson, Lucas Oil Lane, and Kennedy, Strange Lane. Fairly decent on close on the reaction time. Win goes to Matthew. Matthew runs an 8:21 on an 8:18 for the win. Aaron goes out, runs an 8:31 on an 8:18. Here we go with another round of Super Gas. Corvette, Lucas Oil Lane. Camaro, Strange Engineering Lane. Index, 630. 4/10 Pro Tree. Heads Up Racing. Pretty good race at the top end. Win light. Going to go to Jeff Ashley on a double breakout. Jeff runs a 6:29 on a 6:30. Craig Miller breaks out a little bit more. Runs a 6:28 with a 6 on a 6:30. Jeff had him on the tree. That was a pretty good race. All right, forward red lights it away to the Chevy Beretta. Beretta runs it out the back door, runs a 6:28 with an 8 on a 6:30 dial. Had a pretty decent light, 009 light, so it wasn't bad. Nice pass. Pair of Corvettes on the starting line right now. Tim Powell, Tracy Barnes. So it'll be a pretty good race. Pair of green lights, one decent, one good. Win goes Tracy Barnes, 6:31 with a 9 on a 6:30. Tim Powell goes out 6:31 with a 2 on a 6:30. Difference was in the lights. Tracy had a better light. Tracy had an 020. Tim had an 033. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Flying Brian Trader Super Pro. Flying Brian Trader Super Pro. Need your lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. Gary Thompson coming up over here in Lucas Oil Lane, down to 7 flat. Austin Logan, down to 603 in the Strange Engineer Lane. 2 green lights, pretty close together. Going to be a good race at the top end. Win light goes to Gary Thompson. Gary runs a 701 with a 3 on a 7 flat, putting Austin out. Austin runs a 606 on a 603. Gary had a little bit better package, so Gary's going to the next round. Once again, I need Flying Brian Trader, Super Pro, back to 1 and 2. Out of Northport, Florida, dial 687 over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. Mike French out of Ocala, Florida, dial 619. Just about dead even on the starting line. Who's going to take the top end? Mike French. He'll win the round, runs 627 on the 619. Peyton breaks out, runs a 684 on a 687. Looks like this is the finals in the Super Pro Allen Speed Machine Super Pro motorcycle class. Candy Hagedorn out of Venice, Florida, down to 561, up against Samuel Parrish, also down to 561. Heads up race here. It's going to be water lost on the start line, no doubt. All right, one good, one bad, and the good light's going to take the win. Congratulations to Samuel. Samuel runs a 5 563 on a 561 with an 019 light. Candy was a little bit late with an 045 light. Runs a 566 on a 561 for the runner-up position. And as always, I'd like to thank Allen Speed Machine for supporting this class, along with the Pro Bike class. Appreciate all the help and advertisement for the class. Here we go with another round of Super Pro of the Flying Brian Trailer Super Pro class. Alright, once again, attention in the pits. Need the Flying Brian Junior Dragster Finals back to the lanes. If you're still in Junior Dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. Flying Brian's Junior Dragsters, back to the lanes, please. Randy Baker out of Bradenton, Florida, over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, dial of 498. Bobby Trump out of Fort White, Florida, over in the Strange Engineered Lane, dial of 533. Pair of green lights, real good green lights, going to be released at the top end. Winner goes to Randy Banger. Runs a 498 with a 1 on a 498, putting Bobby out. Bobby couldn't quite run the number. Went a 535 on a 533. Bobby did have the better light. Randy seemed to run a little bit closer to the dial end though. All right, next pair up. Flying Brian Jones in the Strange Lane. Up against Robert Treadwell out of Callahan, Florida. Robert dialed a 602. Brian dialed a 452. Both drivers taking their time getting in. Want to make sure everything's right. All right, here we go. Brian, red lights it away with a negative 003, giving Robert the win. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman. Sportsman, back to the lanes, please. Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman class, back to the lanes, please. If you're still in, need you back to the lanes. Junior Dragsters, if you're still in Junior Dragsters, need you back to the lanes as well. Buddy Goolsby out of High Springs, Florida, dial 669 over here in the Strange Lane. Ken Grant out of Georgia, dialed in a 452. Both drivers pre-stage getting ready to go. All right. 669 with a 2 on a 669 with an 011 light. Grant couldn't run the number. He was down to 452, went a 453 with a 0. But he had him on the tree, an 011 to an 029. All right, once again, need Allen Speed Machine Sportsman. Sportsman, back to the lanes, please. Sportsman, back to the lanes. All right, here we go. Paul Allen down to 703. Austin down to 603. Austin going to take the win. Austin runs a 604 with a 7 on a 603. Paul runs a little bit further off. Paul runs a 705 with a 3 on a 703. All right, once again, if you're still in competition in any category, cool, fuel them, bring them back to the lanes. Once again, if you're still in any category, cool them, fuel them, bring them back to the lanes. Okay, drivers, once again, if you are still in eliminations, any category, every category, cool them, fuel them, bring them back to the lanes. We got room for everybody. If you're still in competition, cool them, fuel them, bring them back to the lanes. looks like we got the final pair of junior dragsters coming up in the 890 category. Bailey is in the Lucas Oil lane, $890. Briella Browning over in the Strange Engineered lane, $890. Going to be a heads-up run. Once again, if you're still in eliminations, need you to cool them, fuel them, bring them back to the lanes. I need my Jeans Glass Pro cars back to the lanes, waiting on one. If you're still in the Pro category, need you back to the lanes, please. Waiting on one car. This is going to be a good race at the top end. They're pretty much even on the starting line. Win light goes to Briella Browning. Runs an 892 on an 890. Bailey can't quite run a number. Runs an 895 on an 890. Bailey had an 081. Briella had an 076. Right there close on the starting line. Good race. Congratulations to the winner and the runner-up. Once again, if you're in the Pro category, Jeans Glass Pro category, need you in the lanes. Need you in the lanes. We're waiting on one of you. If you're still in any category, bring them back to the lanes. If you're still in any category, cool them, fuel them, bring them back to the lanes, please. We're waiting on you. $7.55. John, $7.94. Win's going to go to Mike Gaffney. Gaffney runs a 760 on a 755. John goes out, can't quite run the number, runs an 8 flat on a 794. Mickey Pierce over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, $7.53. Merrill Wilson. Strange Lane takes the win. On a double breakout. Strange Engineer Lane takes a win. runs a 764 on a 766. Lucas Oil Lane runs a 749 on a 753. Super gas, come on back to the lanes if you're ready to go. Super gas, we could use in your lanes. Come on back. Super gas, super gas. All right, next round of super gas. Coming up. Chef Ashley. Over in the strange lane. Could be one of them Rollins boys over here in the Lucas Oil lane. I believe it is. I believe it's all. All right, Lucas Oil Lane, way out front, and he breaks out. Had him covered by a mile, and breaks out. Lucas Oil Lane had a 009 light. The other guy had a 077. Had him covered by a mile. All right, well. Gotta live and learn. Gotta drive both ends of the track. Better luck next time. Appreciate Super Gas coming out, though. Putting on a show for us. All right, once again, if you're still in eliminations in any category, we need you back to the lanes. If you are still in any category, need you back to the staging lanes, please. We have room for everyone. Bring them on up. We're waiting on you. to $7.55. Mike French out of Ocala, Florida. Strange engineer lane, $6.22. All right, green lights are back. One's really good, one's really late. And the one with the really good light's gonna take the win. French out with a 003 light, runs a 6.28 on a 6.22. Gaffney runs a 7.52 on a 7.55. But that 069 light, he didn't have a chance to slam on the brakes, so he breaks out. Mike French goes on to the next round. Gary Thompson over here in Lucas Oil Lane, dial a 7 flat, up against Kenny Bevins over in the strange engineered lane, dial a 608. Gary kind of snuck in on us this morning, got him one time trial, and been going hard at it all day. Kenny's been here for 2 days, going at it hard for 2 days. All right, lights come down, 2 green lights. Pretty close together. Good race at the top end. Win light goes to Gary Thompson. Gary runs a 702 on a 7 flat, 034 light. Puts Kenny on the trailer, 609 on a 608 dial. Here we go to the next round of Super Pro. Buddy Goolsby. Strange engineered lane. Dial to 669. Robert Treadwell out of Callahan, Florida. Dial to 603. Buddy put a whooping on a dragster a while ago to get past, to get to this round. Robert's been hanging tough all day in the Camaro. Listen up in the lanes. Listen up in the lanes. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, need you back to the lanes. Allen Speed and Machine Sportsman, need you back to the lanes. All right, just about dead even on the starting line. Robert Treadwell takes the win. 603 with a 0 on a 603. Buddy runs a 669 with a 9 on a 669. Buddy had a 028 light. Robert had a 030 light. I'm not that good with numbers, so I have to figure it out some other way. But it was a close race. Once again, I need my Sportsman finals back to the lanes. Sportsman Out of speed machine Sportsman, need you back to the lanes, please. If you're still in competition, need you back to the lanes. Six flat, goes a $5.99 with a 6. Putting a killer job on the tree, 001 green.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Whoop, and we just lost our camera down there. The wind's starting to pick up. I'm gonna run down there and set it back up and get everything going. Yeah, they better hurry, the rain's coming.
All right, drivers, listen up, listen up. We got weather coming. We got are still in any category, if you're still in competition, need you to come back to the staging lanes now, please. Cool them, fuel them, bring them back to the staging lanes where we can get the race completed. We have weather coming in. Please, everybody, if you're still in, come back to the lanes. Cool them, fuel them, come on. We need to get this in before the weather gets here. Super gas, super gas. If you're going to run your final round, you need to come on. Super gas, super gas. We need you to the lanes. If you are still in any category, please cool them, fuel them, bring them to the lanes. We have weather on the way that's right here on us. Need you to the lanes immediately. All right, Mike Gaffney over here in the Lucas Oil thing. Dial 754. Trans Am over in the Strange Engineering lane. Dial 764. Mike gonna have to give the Trans Am a 1 second head start. All right, drivers. Once again, if you're still in competition, we need you to the staging lanes as quick as possible, please. Need you to the staging lanes as quick as possible, please. Oh, Trans Am red lights it away with a 005 red. Giving the win to Mike Gaffney. Mike Gaffney runs it out the back door, runs a 753 with a 2 on a 754 for the win. All right, here we go with the finals in Super Gas, I believe it is. Appreciate the Super Gas guys coming on up where we can get this done. Want to make sure everybody gets the finish out their class. Got a good looking Corvette and a good looking Camaro. Index dial to 630, 4/10 Pro Tree, heads up. Tracy Barnes, Lucas Oil Lane. Tracy's going to take the win with a 005 light. Jeff Ashley red lights it away with a negative 003. It was going to be a good one. All right, they ease on down. Congratulations on the win to Tracy Barnes. Good job, Jeff Ashley, for getting runner-up. I got my 3 guys in Super Pro. I believe it is. Waiting on 1 for the Pro category. Got my 3 in the Flying Brian Trailer Super Pro. Need 1 more for my Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator.
All right, sorry about that. Looks like it got a little windy out there and decided to take the camera down, but it's back up and running now. Sorry we couldn't get that Sportsman race final all the way in on the monitor on both cameras.
All right, here we go with the semifinals in the Super Pro, in the Flying Brian Trailer Super Pro category. Appreciate all you guys getting back up here where we can get the race in. Looks like it's going to be a heads-up race, 602 to 602. Austin Logan out of Port Charlotte, Florida, dial to 602. Robert Treadwell out of Callahan, Florida, dial to 602. If we have any older people out there that remembers the Sears catalog, remember that song that was on the radio, Wish I Was That Man, on page 602. All right, one of them killed the tree, the other one was late. One that had the triple O light wins the round. 604 on a 602 with a triple O light. Robert Treadwell goes out, runs a 604 on a 602, but he had an 024 light. All right, here comes the Byron. Byron, Randy Banger, out of Bradenton, Florida. Dial to 498, out with a 011 light. Runs a 498 with a 1. Man, gonna be tough to beat. Gonna have to be on. All right. Waiting to get our, looks like our Jeans Glass Pro final loaded up where we can run these guys. got the finals in our Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Gary Thompson, dial the 7 flat in the Lucas Oil lane. Mike French, out of Ocala, Florida. Chevy wagon, dial the 625. All right, got them all staged up, ready to go. Trees coming down. Got 2 green lights, just about dead even on the lights. Winner, Gary Thompson, dead on with a 0 with an 038 light. Mike French runs dead on with an 8 with an 037 light. About a 7,000ths difference. So that was an awesome final round. Thank you, Jeans Glass, for promoting this class. Congratulations to the winner and the runner-up. All right, I believe we got one more race left. That's the finals in the Flying Brian Trader Super Pro category. And then we'll be able to call it a weekend. Thank you for everybody coming out. Thank you for the Super Gas Association for coming out and running with us. Hope you come back really soon.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
in the Super Pro. We need you back to the lanes. Looks like we may be getting some precipitation coming in on us here pretty quick. If you can get on back to the lanes, we need you back as soon as possible. We have precipitation coming in. All right, looks like we got the Super Pro category back. Flying Brian, Super Pro back. Appreciate you guys getting back up here where we can get this thing ran. Definitely don't want to get it rained out right here at the last pair. Once again, thank everybody for coming out, supporting us this weekend. Look forward to seeing everybody at Division Finals. Once again, thank Flying Brian Trailers for supporting the Super Pro category, as well as the Junior Dragsters and the Junior Street. Thank Jeans Glass for supporting the Pro Eliminator. Allen Speed Machine for supporting the Sportsman and the Super Pro and Pro Bike. Appreciate all of our sponsors. Thank you again. Couldn't do it without you. here we go with the final pair for the weekend. All right, here we go. Austin Logan out of Port Charlotte, Florida. $6 flat. Randy Banger out of Bradenton, Florida. $4.98 over in the Strange Engineer lane. Austin been running the Lucas Oil lane all weekend. Got them pre-staged, got both of them staged. Here we go, lights coming down. Got 2 green lights. One of them really good, one of them not so good. And the one that's really good takes the win. 601 on a 6 flat dial in, 002 light. Austin takes the win, putting Randy out, giving him a runner-up money. Randy though, runs a 498 with a 6, only 498, but the 033 light couldn't handle the 002 light. So, once again, thank you everybody for coming out and supporting us. Thank you, racers. Look forward to seeing you at division finals. Have a safe weekend. God bless everybody. See you next time at the races.
Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us here at On the Spot Motorsports Media today for the last race of the Scorpion Racing Product ET Bracket Series. Again, don't forget to go to our page and follow us, both on YouTube and Facebook, and of course Spotify and Instagram as well. We'll be posting here soon who our next guest is going to be on our podcast, probably as early as Monday afternoon. So stay tuned. Everyone take care and be safe out there.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.